time, feeling all emotions one by one. Every new sensation comes, carrying our hearts away. Final time, spinning all together, you and I, far beyond forever safely. Together we just ride on time. Can't wait for morning to break, 'cause the chains so much better will break. It's when I will reach for you, letting go, heart to heart, side by side. We'll fly in time, destiny is shining bright above. Stars are whispering their songs of love, telling us the way to go. Final time, speeding to the point of no return. Watch out for the trail of love can burn. Dream that we'll ride on time.
Hello everybody, my name is Notepad and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we're not going to be writing any games. We're going to be instead going over a handful of them. Tabletop games have a fun way of talking about vernacular, otherwise known as the words we use, the words we don't use, and even occasionally the words we really wish we could use. And like Sesame Street, today we're going to be talking about one of our fun words that we see bandied about a lot here. And that word is tactics. 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 What's tactics? What's the definition of tactics? Well, it's an action or strategy carefully planned to achieve a specific end. Now, what do I mean by we see the word tactics? bandied about a lot here. Well, one of the main things is tactics is one of those words that you can immediately apply to something and everyone gets a good idea what the fuck it means. Hey everybody, this is a tactical game. Hey everybody, this game requires you to have some tactics involved. Hey everybody. Is this tactical gaming? That means you're going to say tactically the gamer word? Yeah, it's things like that. It's people really, like, anytime you slap tactics in something, people immediately try to elevate it into something a little bit more nuanced. And, you know, this is somewhat appropriate coming off the Fire Emblem game, because probably one of the better known ideas of this is anything referring to itself as a tactical role-playing game. Now, I see this term used a lot when relating to things such as Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition and its successors, roughly. Games that require you to have a little bit more, I wouldn't necessarily call it thinking, more along the lines of games requiring you to have a little bit more mechanical information to make sure that you're playing the game correctly. Because if you don't have those tactics, you're not going to win. Tactics are micro-scale plans and strategies are macro-scale plans. Exactly. But we're talking about the vernacular of such, not necessarily of anything there. Let's say, for example, I make a game and call it a tactical game. That immediately puts a different connotation behind it than a strategic game. There's a little bit of wording on it. And the games we're going to go over 4 games today. Yeah, not as much, one kind of fell through. 4 games that really use that idea of being a tactical game. And we're going to say the sliding scale of tactics, in fact. This is DotDungeon. We're going to be going over Datu Dungeonano, the brutal RPG. I'm on load up. Enforcer. Yes, we're finally going to go over Enforcer. And finally, we're going to be talking about a game called Zafir, which is tactical role-playing games. Yeah, all 4 of these, I wouldn't say all claim to be tactical in some way, but all of them attempt to emulate a certain kind of idea with it. And I want to do this as a sliding scale, which is what is the most tactical, or claiming to be anyway, and what is the least tactical, and not really claiming to be anything to be fair. I find all of these games interesting in their own rights, and talking about each and every one of them is going to be an endeavor. And luckily we have Wuso here in the chat today for our first game we're going to be going over. So, with that out of the way, let me just get rid of all of these real fast. This is DotDungeon. Now, you may not see it by the cover, but this game is technically worded as dot, as in dot, the period dot, dungeon. Get it? Because it's DotDungeon. Because it's a game. Get it? It's funny. Why aren't you laughing? DotDungeon's one of those games that I constantly hear about and I see, but I never actually have read or really went over. I did go over it, and I looked over the entire thing. Ooh. Alright, we're gonna talk about DotDungeon. Now, here's the thing with DotDungeon. I wanna get this out of the way right now. I do not want you to write the game off immediately for the fact that it looks like it's from fucking Tumblr in 2015. Do not write the game off immediately for that. There are plenty of other reasons to write it off. But I would say the artwork is, what would you call this? What would you call this kind of artwork? Pastel? Cartoony? I couldn't get a good word for what I wanted to call this. Like, half of me is like, oh, it's pastel artwork, but that doesn't seem quite right, because it's not pastel, it's Tumblr circa 2015. And we're gonna see that idea of Tumblr 2015 is Tumblr. We're gonna see that the term of Tumblr 2015 is a lot more of a prevalent theme in this game than just what it is. Now, what is this? Who wrote this game? Well, it's written by a guy named Bats. Well, and we've for those sitting at home, here at the White Room, we've talked about bats quite a bit. We've referred to bats. We've talked about bats. We've had to deal with bats more than once. Bats is what I would like to refer to as you can kind of see here. Bats is a how do I want to word bats? How do you word bats? John Battle. How do you word this man? Affectionately, I would refer to him as a poet. He's a man who focuses on emotion and heart and soul and all that other bullshit. Less affectionately, I would call him a goblin. Yes, goblin, I think works pretty well. One of the kinds of he's a poet at his heart, though. He's a man who goes out of his way to be dramatic. He's also from Chicago, so it's kind of hard to talk about him in any serious capacity. Ha 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 ha, Chicago. Yeah, very depressed man, and he is very melodramatic. Melodrama does summarize. I'm going to click on the notifications. What is this? Melodrama really does suit Bats' concepts. Now, you kind of see here, he is a Twitter man. He does really, really, really like talking about Twitter stuff, and that's what he does. And it's like, it's time for DotDungeon. Now, if I recall correctly, there was a time about, what was it, so about a year and a half ago, where he said, I'm quitting. I'm no longer going to be part of the TRPG community, in which he subsequently, about a month later, rejoined it. But he's not part of it. This is who he is. You know, as you can see, I aim for sad and cute. He's even got a Patreon. People give him 37 people give him a total of $79 a month. This is John Battle. You can kind of see here. He is a I wouldn't necessarily refer to him as sad and cute. I would more refer to him as man who gets no pussy. But I can't really say that in a nice way, so I have to say it like that. But yes, that's John, as you can kind of see there, John Battle. He writes things. He also does video essays on his YouTube channel. You can kind of see here. This is John's YouTube channel. He likes to talk about things. I don't know why. He talks about things such as, I reflect on life about, I reflect on life about more, like, based on, like, Undertale characters. Oh, he doesn't like Elden Ring. He does entire bits of music for, like, anything he feels like. How do I want to word this? To live and die in Skulltown, an Apex Legends essay. Inside made me realize I was trans. As you can kind of see here, John Battle is what we would like to refer to as Problem Child. Looks like he gets... That's depressing. It was September 2022. Yes, September in 2022. He makes money. That's the depressing part. Is this a problem child? No. John is an interesting duck to talk about because he's a poet. And that's all I can really call him. He is a poet. He is a man who is very dramatic and melodramatic, and he's very big and exciting, but he's also incredibly dull. As you can kind of see here, watch this if you've only ever played Dungeons and Dragons, in which he puts in music, or cool, sitting on my floor contemplating the OGL. It's one of those bizarre things where I don't quite understand why he is the way that he is, but maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point. Is that you're not supposed to understand half the shit he does. Because it's always funny with his views, because his views go from like 16K, a Castle in the Sky essay, versus like 563 views. I can't really say anything, but I also don't have 2.66K subscribers. You know how it goes. But yes, that's Batsy. He has a couple other games. Yeah, this is probably one of his big. This is probably his largest game. Is DotDungeon. And see here, Polygon recommends winners of the awards, playlist for original music, and he's got a bunch of these smaller zines, supplemental zines. Pre-game lobby. It's Morkborg. He made Morkborg DotDungeon. Okay, pretty simple to understand. I don't know what the fuck this is all about, but epic tier quest just dropped. Travel to the Red Wastes. A hex crawl with Red Wastes. Yeah, this is just plain text. This is just $5 for a plain text document. Like, 2 short stories by Nora Rose and John Battle. Poster-sized region map. An original art print. For $5, you get all of this. Cuckoo choo choo. Oh yeah, hell yeah, $5 a pop. This man knows how to. As you can get the game for free if you really want to get the game, I guess. But most of his games are odd in their own right, because we have even DotDungeon 2. Because he does actually want to remake the game. And I respect the man for trying to say, I want to remake this game, I want to make it better, I want to make it bigger. But you have to remember, oh, it's just newspeak for rapist passing. That's a lot of itch.io, really. Well, Bats never mentioned it, it's based on him having feels for .hack/root. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that. But yes, he is attempting to redo the game, but currently I'm not going to go over the playtest PDF because it is quite literally just a plain text document, and there's nothing else. So it's kind of hard to be like, it's time to go over this. But as you can see here, he has one site called nerves.store. This is his website, pretty much. And he's got a Ko-fi, you can do some licensing work. He's on drive-thru, no less. Not for a lot of things, mind you. You want to do a Mythic Pass. My Body is a Cage, which is probably one of his bigger games, one of his more recent ones, actually, which is a game inspired by Persona. Poisona, because pain. Everything here, it's a man who has done things. That's the best way I can summarize Bats for everybody here, okay? A man who does things. You pay Bats to do things for you, and then he does things. Are they good things? Maybe not. Are they bad things? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not going to pay $10 for something that can be funded in other universes. Iron and Lies. 100-page game of Fey Danger. It's kind of hard to go over a lot of his things because I've genuinely never heard of anything else except DotDungeon, which is a very reoccurring trend. If you haven't quite got that yet, a lot of it is poster adventure. I don't know what the fuck the poster dungeon. Yeah, that's John. That's who we're dealing with here. I want you to remember that going forward. John is a poet. John is a poet with no story to tell. But, now, also I want to warn everybody, this game is somewhat eye-bleeding. I'm not saying that in a positive way. I'm saying that in the idea that it's going to hurt a little bit if you are photosensitive in any way. I would recommend not looking at this for too long. So, nerds.soy. Show the TOS of the store as copy pasta text missing. It's got what? The TOS of the nerve store's got Project Nerves. Let's see. If I saw this man, I would target lock him. There's no good Persona TRPGs. TOS on the store. Terms of service. Where's the terms of service? Yeah, let's... Accurate, complete timelines of it. We're not responsible for information available on the site. Modifications, product applicable. Yeah, it looks fine. Unless there's like something very direct you want me to look, you want me to look. Yeah, it's like, is there anything that I'm missing here? I'm not. Yeah, it seems like a pretty standard. It's hosted on Shopify. That's kind of cool. I don't know if I'm supposed to be looking for. I don't know if I'm supposed to be looking for something. I didn't really go over the website too much because I was like, oh, this is just his website. I'm like, there's nothing really to do here unless you want to email him on his Outlook. You can email him on his Outlook. Yeah, this is DotDungeon, a game about dungeons and .hack. He does like these quotes, and now you may be saying, Notepad, this looks a little bit weird. It is 8.5 by 5.5 on its side, so the pages look a little bit like small. That's the reason why. This is a half-size book on its side. It's landscape. And you may, any graphic designers in the chat may be saying, Notepad, that's a lot of wasted space for literally no reason. Yes, I know. But yes, this is... How do we summarize the lore of DotDungeon? How do we summarize the lore? The lore is that there is no lore. All you are in a... Take the role... One of you is taking the role of the world, filling in its nooks and crannies, while the players are making characters. But the gimmick, you could say, is that you, as a player, is technically playing a player playing a character. Okay, we're on the same level here. You are the player. The player is playing a player who is playing a character. Does this make we're making sense here? Okay, we've got the timeline going down. We've done the inception. And the inception is going further down because this is a game technically about playing in an MMO. Though they don't really state that. It is about an MMO though. That's one of the ideas. It's that you live in this virtual world and everybody is kind of vibing. And vibing is a big thing we gotta talk about here as well. Because this game is vibey. And I don't know why people have come to the conclusion that vibey is a good way to talk about TRPGs. Oh, it's not. I don't know anything about the game itself, but it's got a good vibe. Okay, I got linked what's going on with the privacy policy section. This is the privacy policy section. Let's see. Add any information vendors with whom you share this information. Add or subtract any other tracking technologies used. Yeah, oh no, Mr. Battle. Mr. Battle. oh no. Oh no. That's actually could be a very that could be a very fascinating problem because he does appeal to a younger audience. Oh, God, battle. This is the first thing you do, my friend. Oh my, what's with all... Last updated date. God bless him. God bless him. I always love fuck-ups. That's why I'm here. But yes, one of the ideas behind DotDungeon is that it's, you're playing this MMO, and you're with your friends, and you're hanging out, you gain special abilities based on your abilities. And that's one of the big things that you kind of got to understand, is that you are playing an MMO. Now, unlike good MMOs, mind you, and unlike good MMOs where I can buy a GF worth 1,000 gold, or I'm going to be, going to the auction house to yell at people about undercutting me on fucking linen, I can't, I like, here's the thing, I like MMOs. I actually really enjoy playing them, because I have an addictive personality, and I do enjoy that. MMOs are a fascinating kind of look at a microcosm of communities. And those communities are actually very impactful. I've wanted to do there was actually a paper I very close to doing, but I actually had to shift off of it actually, which was the idea of micro communities. We shouldn't really be targeting like broad sweeping communities. You have to target individual ones because they're going to be the ones most receptive to it. MMOs are a perfect microcosm of, you have people who will fight you tooth and nail, and that the warrior is much better than a warlock, but you also get other people who are going to be the PvP people. You have the PvE people, you have the raiders, you have the casual players, you have just as likely to find, 37-year-old moms who don't have anything else to do, just as much as you're going to find 16-year-old micro-racists. That's one of those beautiful things about MMOs, is that you can find a little bit of everybody. There is a problem with a Bat's perception of MMOs, is that he isn't playing an MMO, he's instead likes the concept of MMO. He likes the idea of them, but I don't actually think he's ever played one. That's kind of the weird thing about this. But yeah. He does the file dot warning. The idea of mixing real life with tabletop characters is upsetting to you. This game support creating a person you're playing as. And just talking about the person we need, we have a character. Welcome to the official character sheet. Yes, this is the official character sheet. You may say, wow, that doesn't look very extensive. And obviously, I had to employ one of my good friends, Iro. My friend Iro had to be the one to show up here and help us out on how to do things. We don't talk about his current screen name, okay? We can't talk about his current screen name. That's not allowed. But here is our character. This is the man we're going to be playing as. Let's go to world.txt or playfile.dll, teamwork.dll. Pretty much when they're talking about the world, they are in fact talking about the GM here. This is a pretty simple concept. It's like you have to aim at the heart of an online ecosystem, the individuals you meet and how you choose to interact with them. Players, on the other hand, are going to be doing things. Obviously, you're fucking players. That's all you do. So it's like, okay, what am I really going to be about? This is really all your character is. So it's like, okay, if you work together, you can add all your dice together. Cool. These are your 6 stats. RNG, meta, system, tilt, charm, and perception. It's... you get things like RNG, which is the will of the programming, reaction rolls, loot, and random chance. Meta is your knowledge of the game itself. System is the skill of the game. Tilt is not rage quitting. Charm, on the other hand, is being nice. And perception is your physical senses and usefulness in a virtual space. This is why I say that I don't think Bats has ever played an MMO. This guy probably knows jack shit about computers, and so let me feed my ego as a comp-sci student. But come on, it's carstats.info, and yes, you can technically try to open up every single one of these, because my PDF reader actually sees them as, like, links. But yeah, you're going to be assigning a different die. It's going to be D4 to D20. That's pretty simple here, obviously. Since we're dealing with Iro here, this is what I kind of chose for him to be. As you can tell, he doesn't really give a shit about the game. Because why would he? Because we're playing a fucking MMO. But he does, on the other hand, have a pretty good control of his, his mental psyche, his system. He's pretty good at actually playing the game. And he's got decent perception. He is, however, Polish, therefore his charm is fairly low. And God hates the Polish. That's it. You just assign one die for each. That's all you're doing. Looking at that one slide makes me understand the merits of statement in media. Yeah, why is there a Lewis Carroll quote here? Because the idea of this game is that this isn't just a game. You're in the game. You're deep diving. This is more than just a game. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? I don't know why that's the case, but we just have to roll with it, because I don't think this book can fill out this entire... Because you gotta think about it like this. I do not believe that this book could, like, actual just writing. I don't think this book is very long. I think this is a 74-page book, and if you were to really break it down, all the text, it would probably be max 30. So, since we kind of got that, we've assigned up all our stats, and then you're going to be doing your contests. Every question and every uncertainty. You're going to be rolling these dice versus anything that goes on. Everything can be a contest if you oppose it. And technically, every single thing you do can also be, can use any stat. So if I say, hey, you gotta climb a mountain. Technically, you can say, hey, okay, I'm gonna roll my system die. Alright, makes sense. I'm gonna roll my tilt, because I'm just gonna fucking be a gamer and Skyrim jump my way up there. I'm gonna grab my D20. I'm gonna Skyrim jump my way up there. Oh, I'm going to use RNG and see if I can't glitch out of the system or something. That's legitimately what it means. Yeah, failure. Anytime you fail a task, now the odd thing is you're going to fail what's going on, but one of the bigger ideas is that every time you fail a contest, your connection is dwindling. Your connection is actually pretty important. Now, the bond you share with these people in this time, it is inevitable that will come to an end someday. The group measures this with a D100. When you fail a contest, the difference between the dice can be subtracted from the group's total connection. What does this actually mean? Let's say, for example, we've got 100 connection. We are in it together, everybody. We're gaming. We're having fun. Oh no, though. I failed to roll by 5. Our connection drops to 95. Now, at first I was thinking this was going to be like an idea of some fucking Assassin's Creed shit going on. Like, oh, the idea of connection is more like your connection to the game, like you're a VR space or something. And if your connection ever drops to 0, then sorry, everybody. You get kicked out of the fucking Matrix or whatever. No, this is more along the idea of a ticking timer in every action you do. And every single action you do is lowering the time you have. When connection hits 0, as connection starts dwindling, when it hits a final amount of 0, it's game over. The game's over. You quit. It's Jover. You lose. Not necessarily lose, but you aren't going to be playing anymore. Everybody drifts apart. It's over. Everyone goes back to school. Everyone does something. That has some interesting connotations to it. However, again, Have you ever played an MMO before? They don't want you to leave. That's not the point, really. You don't just like leave an MMO that easily. You get invested, you get mad. Quitting the MMO is the win condition. Yeah, pretty much. Now, one of the big things that you can do is the idea of do something cool. Pretty much opponents have connection just as you because they don't have health or anything like that, and when you lower it to 0, they are removed from the game. But when you succeed at a contest, so anytime you succeed at a check, let's say for example, it's D6 versus D12, I roll a 5 and they roll a 1. I've succeeded. I can say, hey, I'm going to do something cool. I'm going to disarm my opponent or convince an ally to keep moving through a blizzard instead of lowering the connection of your opponent. So instead of me hurting you, instead of me trying to get you out of the game, I am instead going to be attempting to, surmount an obstacle. We don't have to fight. We just need to get friendly with one another. It's just do something cool.info. The other interesting bit is the idea of respawning. You need to respawn. There's nothing inherently punishing about this. It's something that punctuates a particular dangerous physical task or wastes more of the party's time, but ultimately does not add anything mechanical to losing. Loss of connection is what's important. Respawning as comedic breaks, dramatic losses, quick escapes from scenes that are coming to an end. This does mean that there's no health, really. Your health is that connection, and everyone's kind of sharing that connection as well. This also means that dying legitimately means nothing. You don't really have any need to be like, okay, so it is, if you want to speed things along, just kill yourself. Just kill yourself and you'll spawn back close by and be like, okay, hey everybody, I'm back. Do some corpse running, you know how it goes. Yeah, yeah. Warframe exists. An MMO where the point is you quitting a game that isn't lasting long. Warframe exists. Maybe the dev was inspired by Lost Ark. Yeah, rest die. Each time you lose 20 connection, you're going to gain a rest die. Rest die can only be sent at the end of session as you log out of the game. For each rest die spent, roll d20 and regain that much connection. Now, what does this actually mean? So, oh no, guys, we've lost 20 connection. We're down to 80. Down to 80 connection. At the end of the session, I'm gonna roll my d20, and we've restored 9. We restored 12. We're back up to 92. It's impossible to almost get all your connection back, however, and these rest die are a very finite resource. You're not going to get that many. There are some interesting ideas behind this. It's kind of like, yeah, it is a temporary amount of health. And it's a universalized health as well. It's not just one person failing, it's everybody failing. Yeah, this even talk about the, it's like game over. The end of summer, you've got to focus on school. The servers hosting the game have fallen to some corporation's hand and they're pulling the plug. Or you're just drifting apart. This could be actually, and this is also kind of one thing I want to talk about with almost all the games here today, is that this is an interesting idea. Interesting concept. Hey everybody, we've got this shared health pool that we all need to work together. And we're all working, we're working together and but our time is inevitably coming to an end, but we're still playing this MMO together. Or even the fact of like, hey, we're doing the dying days of an MMO. Because anyone who's played an MMO on its dying days can probably understand, how do I want to word this? You can probably get the very odd nature of it, because people are going to be playing it like it's normal. Everything's fine. We're just going to keep playing it. But there is this sense of looming dread to everything. Does it really matter what I do? Because the servers are going to go offline in, 2 weeks. So maybe it's time for me to fuck around a little bit. I remember a couple games that did this. What was the one big one? I never played it. It was a sci-fi MMO. They had a big final thing there. You had the, the Warhammer Fantasy MMO. God, not Age of Sigmar. It was Mark of Chaos. The Mark of Chaos. Tabula Rasa. That's it. And then you have God. It was Warhammer Age of Reckoning. Age of Reckoning. That's it. Yeah, Age of Reckoning. You had a lot of these different kinds of games that when these servers ended, when the servers ended, they did these massive events or something big and exciting and oftentimes a little bit grim occurred. The world ended. It was Jover. You lost. Final Fantasy 14 is a little bit unique. We're not going to be... Final Fantasy 14 is a unique case scenario. But yeah, there are some kind of interesting events that you can actually talk about here. I mean, like, yeah, this is kind of the dying days here. And there is a grander story you can tell with this game. Something a little bit more personal and a little bit more interesting. Because it's like, yeah, hey, I've met all these people through this game. And we formed these relationships with one another. But now things are coming to an end. And it's like, do you really wanna... How does it end? It's a story like this end. But it never, not a single time does it ever actually address that in any meaningful way. But don't worry, everybody. Screenname.info. Your IRL name is cool and all, but this is the virtual world. Milk. Big Daddy XOX, John Master Chief 117. The gods were wrong. Dire Frog. XX Firestarter XX. Winston Overwatch. Well, Rafflecopter 343. Japan Legend Dex. Gnome Tori. Skater Girl, Trash Goblin, Final Fantasy 10 _ Lulu, Fiverr. The way to win is to find the IRL names of the other player and swat them. Yeah, welcome to again, if you're at a loss, use your Twitter handle or scroll there. Job.info. What do you do in the real world when you face contests that your job can help with? You pretty much, it's basic advantage. Corporate shill, garbage man, emergency worker, first responder, insurance rep, student, dog walker, mother of two. Mother of two. Yeah, that one's a little bit odd, but it's your Twitter name from random people. Yeah, it's also one of those things where you look at it like these aren't. I wouldn't really call these standard names that you would find online, especially on things like MMOs. Like, these aren't like character names, because I don't know people by their fucking screen names in an MMO. Yeah, it's whatever you can decide to call your character this time. I mean, hell, when I played Final Fantasy 14, when I played that, and I won't deny it, I did play it. It was a free trial. I went by Azuzu, because I played a tiny little fucking goblin creature, because me and all my friends thought it was going to be funny that we all play fucking, and we were all going to be playing a funny thing there. At Twink Death is a Twitter handle and not a screen name. Yeah. Or my longest running character on WoW was actually named Maudius. Maudias. Maudius. That was his entire thing. That was kind of the problem of Maudius. Is that I just randomly rolled it. That's how people knew me by. It was Mod usually. But I find this fascinating, being like, who the fuck is gonna name themselves Dockwater James? Like, let's see, let's look at everybody in my server. We've got Belfinor, Blood Tiger XD. Okay, maybe that's not a good one. Cole, obviously. Buck Steakums. Just Ethical. The Fantabulous Texan. Jort. Or Joret. He's got the stupid tilde over his O now. We got Keo. We've got just Knight. We've got Manly Salmon. We've got Melon. We've got all these different kinds of people. And I can tell you this, none of these are that way. But yeah, just steal people's Twitter IDs. And that's funny. Do that. No, we gotta make it more. We have to make it more techie. You gotta remember that. So it would be like, there we go. That's the name right there. I did it, everybody. Are you proud of me, Bats? Are you proud that I've made Twink Destroyer? Ah, yes, Leet Speak. Yeah, 2 players form party. Avatar. Yeah, welcome to the bright pink episode. Welcome to the Fanta dimension. The Pepto-Bismol nightmare. Body type, hair, outfit, miscellaneous. None of this means anything. Player.avatar. Now, you may be thinking, okay, the game's going to look like this. It's not this. This has zero understanding of anything of what's currently going on. And I cannot name a single MMO where that looks like a player character in any remote capacity except for weird Korean ones. Like, maybe that's what Bats is going for like the weird free-to-play Korean MMOs. Maybe that's is that the idea? Something nobody uses unironically in the modern world. Yes. Yeah, there's some interesting artwork in this game because I'm going to talk about this now, just so we're all on the same page. When we're talking about DotDungeon, it has this very interesting idea that it has to be modern in a way. As you can kind of see here, this bitch is wearing a fucking coat with jeans and boots. I don't know what the hell you call this outfit. I've seen whatever the hell this thing is. I know what kind of shirt it is, and I guess yoga pants. This is completely normal. Do not think about it. Like, that's just the lady who runs around my apartment every now and again. That's yeah, exactly. This doesn't look like MMO, a Korean MMO. It likes booba and 1,000-year-old lollies. Exactly. This is not terror. Honestly, if you were to tell me, hey everybody, we're just playing a shitty Korean MMO and the entire idea is that all the races are completely insane and make no fucking sense, but they don't matter at the end of the day, fine. You know what? I'm in. 150%. Fuck it. Fuck it. That's the joke. But it's not that. We got another Lewis Carroll quote. He does love Lewis Carroll and wasting page space. Character classes. Now, Bats uses when you have a class that determines what moves you get. Yes, moves are in this game. Moves. I love moves. These are special things you can do. In-world fiction and your out-world characteristics. Ooh boy. Certain classes will only be playable by certain people, while others will have certain task requirements to meet. There's something unique about you that you wish to use. Create a class around it by writing a short description and creating 2 abilities. Oh boy. Now, these, you might be thinking, oh, well, these, Nates, all these classes have to be related to the game. Right? No, none of them are actually related to the game in any remote capacity. For example, the knight. Your word is your bond. Knights have a unique connection with the game itself, starting with the vows that hinder them but grant massive boons. The knight will inevitably break their vows over time, losing them forever and lessening their boons until they eventually fall from grace. You begin with 4 vows. Silence, truth, peace, and poverty. Promise.exe. You can make and hold a promise with a single person, spirit, or entity at a time. When you act in accordance with the promise, add +3 to your roll. If someone catches you breaking the promise, you must write them a letter of apology, and until then, take a -5 to all rolls. Technically, if you want to play the most optimal character, with if you just want to play an optimized character, you play a knight that doesn't do anything. Silence, you just never speak. Truth, you never tell a lie because you're never telling that you never speaks, therefore you can never lie. Peace, if sees the knight causing violence, then don't fight. You don't need to fight at all with this game. Poverty, it's the knight accepting payment. Holding on to excess wealth, don't have money. Money doesn't matter. That's the best part. It's not like there's any remote threat because this is still a video game. There's no oh man, you need to pay for something. No, there's none of that. So it doesn't really matter. You just get a +4 on everything. But then you have the hacker. Get it? Look, everybody, be right up. Add D20 to whatever roll you just made. Use 2 stats for a contest. Yeah, roll the biggest die at the table. Hacking.exe. You're just a fucking hacker. That's all you're just a dick who uses Chinese spyware to make sure you can see through walls. Or you hit all your macros at once. That's all you are. Yeah, why all those vows break the way a game works? Yeah, that's the point. It doesn't even have the Konami code. Yeah, epic hacksaws, no, yeah. You can't choose to be poor. If you play a knight, you just are poor. That's the funny thing. Then we have the beast. You're an animal person at heart. You form a bond with your pet and natural world around you. This one's for all the pet lovers. If you can't have a pet for a particular reason, it's okay to make one up. Your dream pet. This is what it's like. Oh, you can turn into an animal. You can commune with nature at points. When it comes to that, then it's like you're the mage. Whenever you're not in game, you spend your downtime studying your book and circling words, phrases, passages, and preparing them as spells. Whenever you're not in game, when you cast a spell that would tell the world to aim the spell to do, make an appropriate contest. Ancient magics, ancient language of the game. You cannot speak it, but you know it better than to write it. If you do so without a fairy present, a dragon will surely come. There's literally no fucking reason why that's a thing, by the way. There's no, connotation behind that. It's just, it's masturbation. Because one thing with all of these classes, you get the mage, you get the witch, you want to do more tattoos. Oh, wow. Piercings, cool. You want to be the leader? Take my gift. Consult the manual. Cool. You want to be an artist? Cool. You can do that. Use it ready for the game. A rest die for the party. The troll. Iroh became the troll. Whenever the party gains a rest die, you can choose to go into a rage, growing 3 times your size. While in rage, you roll D100 for any and all physical related contests and lose half as much connection for all contests. This effect ends when you're no longer facing any opposition. What? Whenever you make an exaggerated false statement in front of an NPC, they are obligated to correct you in a way. It may also work on other players depending on how good of a troll you are. Now, obviously, I changed these slightly, which was, what? Shitpost in front of normies, get the real information. Because that's what being a troll is all about, is shitposting. But they don't do anything. Now, again, there's an idea here. Let's think about this in the grander scope of things. If we want to make an MMORPG, for example, and we're not going to look at Table Talk Online, but you can have, your player class. do you play? And then you have your avatar class. And how do you play? So you might be a complete shithead. Wow, that's the most awesome game I've ever seen. This is a Korean MMO, except I can't play a voluptuous child. Damn it, hard specs. Also, hello, Siska. Wait, I think the last one you can. Yes, you can. You can technically play whatever you want. That's the best point. But nothing actually means anything. That's like a big idea here. But instead of doing this, it's just you're just playing this. You're just the player class concept. You're just playing the person playing the character, but the character doesn't mean anything. And then you have like things like, oh, you're the dungeoneer. Get it? Get it? Playlist. Create a playlist.exe. Create a playlist with song assigned to each of the players in your party. Make it something personal or funny. You play each song once per session, and when you do, that player adds +2 to all of their contests. End credits. Add a song to the playlist. A song for the end of the session. For the moment when the credits roll. If the rest die is rolled during this song, roll an additional d20 and take the higher of the two. This is the class of be that asshole who never shuts up in the VC and keeps playing his stupid music over it. But we can't say anything because we're friends. Okay, that's all the classes. That's all you really need to know about it. This is your inventory and your amount of money you start with. This looks like something I'd write when I was 15. Yeah, again, 2015 Tumblr. Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. Yes, you're only going to start with 5 gold. You're not really going to have anything, and equipment doesn't do anything. All equipment does is either grant you a small bonus to rolls, or they allow you to do a thing. Nothing really else. What I mean by a bonus, it's literally if it feels like giving you a bonus. Technically, you can't have too much equipment. So if we look here, you can have one thing on each of your locations here, and you can have pretty much, 5 pieces of items in your backpack. That's really it. It's like, okay. But here is the item list. You get 5 gold. Hey, you want to take a hoodie? Hoodie, coats, backpacks, binoculars, rope, compass, fire snuffer. Most everything is going to cost 1 or 3 gold. You get some basic ones down here, which are rare items, which in fact cost 4. Now, you might say, why do I need a communicator? We're on an MMO. The answer is, don't think about it. Why in God's name in this MMO, do we have a 35mm camera? Doesn't matter. Don't think about it. Why do I have a guitar? Don't think about it. Doesn't matter. Why do I need a hoodie? Doesn't matter. Don't think about it. Audio recording orb. But why? Why do I need this? This is an MMO. Hey, everybody. You want to have a cat? Want to buy a cat? You can. Want to buy a fish? Snakes can't attack, even though it's... Snakes can't attack, and are considered a weapon in this game. Yes, you can... snakes and horses are considered weapons. Cool, everybody. I sure do love... My eyes, the glasses, they did nothing. Yeah, no, the concept could actually be neat if the players' classes were like things like metagamer, grind, wage slave, embarrassing role player, heel slut, etc. Exactly. If you play on the fact that this is an MMO and you are playing a character who is playing another character, and you'd be like, yeah, I'm playing a healer, but I'm also a fucking, I'm this fucking grinder asshole. I've grinded everything in this. This is my 5th character. I know this game inside and out way more than I really should. Versus a healer who is like, you're an embarrassing role player. You try to go 115% on everything because this is what you do. Everyone thinks it's a little cringy, but everybody doesn't want to say anything about it. Again, there's a degree of... How do I want to word this? You need a degree of self-awareness and knowledge of MMOs to make that work. You need to have an in-depth knowledge of the stupid shit people do in MMOs. And I wouldn't even necessarily say heal slot, but just like, you know, just party guy, which would just be, you're a guy who focuses on the party and nothing else. You're not really good at... You're not good at playing the game. You are, however, very good at doing one thing. You suck at the game, but we need you around. Because you're the one guy who can heal. You're the one guy who wants to play warrior. You're the one guy who can tank. Yeah, it's like a lot of these actually do the exact same thing. Which is like, oh, like a heavy coat, leather jacket, do the exact same thing. Chainmail shirt, leather jacket, heavy coat, do the same thing. You might say like, oh, well, plate mail reduces physical connection loss by 2. That's nothing really. Doesn't really mean anything, and mostly in connotation of what connection is, because connection's supposed to be, hey, this is your ability to, you know, it's you bound together. Why would me equipping plate mail mean anything in that regard? Versus something like, oh, you have a moon staff, which is plucked from a moon tree. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. Or you get things like the cutlass or, you know, the halberd. These don't do anything technically by themselves. It's like, yeah, you want to have a katana. Having a katana is no different than having a cutlass. Outside of you looking cooler, because cutlasses are badass. You know, battle axes and all, like, none of these mean anything really at the end of the day. And you think like, okay, maybe there is a greater reason. Is there something I can do? No, there really isn't. There legitimately is nothing there. Yeah, basic, you can technically get anything you fucking feel like with just 1 gold. You know, each weapon costs 2 gold, but it gives an additional +1 system contest with them. Wow, cool. That's it. That's really it, everybody. Ta-da! Support class is the one guy turbo simping for every woman in the guild. Yeah. See, and even then you can just put in being like, oh, what's your class? Mom. Yeah, it's just like, oh, what does the mom class do? Make sure that everybody is, you know, not losing their fucking shit half the time. Again, you will never... Like, it's one of those things, like, when you're playing an MMO, okay, I remember this distinctly when I was playing on fucking WoW private servers. There was one woman that did more for my, like, teenage bullshit mind than anything else. And it was the most bizarre thing in the fucking world. She was just super nice. She's like, you know what, hey, I get it. I get it, I get what you're going through. You're a fucking stupid teenager. I'm like, holy shit. I get it now. Like, oh my god. Like, but it's not that. It's not an MMO game. It's a game that pretends to be an MMO. Yeah, these are kind of like the legendary items. They don't really do anything. A dog, war dog for the game, and for every dog that is in the player's house. What does that even fucking mean? Tyrantosaurus. You know, time spinner, vampire fangs. When the medallion and the necklace is spun, the player may step away from the table or go get a snack or take a break, and nothing can affect their character. They are displaced from time and space within the game until the player returns. No, skills are a little bit weird. The idea behind skills is that it's knowledge picked up by playing the game. Cool idea, cool idea. Like, you only get these skills by virtue of, learning some things. You got to learn it on the message board, an NPC, a fellow character, a divine intervention, blah, blah, blah. Magical dream journey. Every time, but these grant you just like a +1, and the more you study on it, the better, the bigger and bigger it gets. It's one of those like weird things though. These aren't really like, some of them are like, oh, dupe glitching. You know how to button mash, you know, dracology or sword dancing. All of these have the same idea, even down to things like gold farming. This could be, again, this is one of those things that you could actually have a very fun and unique way of approaching this. My eyes are bleeding, by the way. You can have a fun way of approaching this, being like, yeah, here are these player skills, which is like, yeah, I know how to gold farm, I know all the dupe glitches, I know how to get up mountains by just jumping a lot. But in character, it's like, of course, I'm a proud duelist and I can 1v1 anybody. I'm also, you know, a student of necromancy and dracology. I'm playing a wizard. You know, the player versus character skills. Now this is the pre-done setting, as you see, Tumblr 2015. If you want to know, if you ever want to tell something is Tumblr 2015, just look at the emotionally dead eyes. Every time. Yeah, it's like, you add an IRL work mechanic. Instead of playing a game, you'll work with the money you can buy quality items from the item shop. Like, yeah, it would be shit like that. Being like, yeah, you are legitimately just having, you are giving items, or like you are buying shit from the item shop. You're buying shit from things. And it should be like kind of this amusing thing, being like, oh, you critically failed a roll. As you're trying to land a hit, the fucking item shop, you know, ad pops up and blocks you. You stand there trying to click through it. Like, yeah, that's funny. Double jump implies that the MMO has jumping mechanics, and I'm not okay with that. Yeah, it's, you also kind of see the raw diversity in appearances of girl with spear that I see at the gym every now and again. Guy who definitely works at the local coffee shop that I know. He's a nice dude, actually, even though he looks a little bit odd. And a cyberpunko. And I can only assume these are the same characters from previously. Someone just transmogged. That's all I can really think about there. You see, like, here, as you know, it says kind of like as the GM, like, yeah, your role, isn't it sad? No, Anwin is, this is the main setting, you could say. It consists of an entire virtual gaming space, shaped like a 20-sided die made of 20 distinct faces. Every book on your shelf or PDF on your drive can be fed into it and read by DotDungeon, converting it to a face or adventure file to be played by DotDungeon characters. So this isn't an MMO, in fact. That's the funny thing. It's not an MMO. It's just a game that you can convert into. It's Gmod. That's legitimately what I inadvertently, and when like they tried to make it very exciting to talk about, being like, here's this setting, you can run whatever you want with it. But instead what happens is now I just think about DotDungeon as Gmod. It's a Gmod RPG. It is Monster Rancher. Cyberpunk girl bought the sci-fi cosmetic items. Yeah, this is the result of trying to make an absurd idea while being dead serious about it, having no self-awareness. I think that's the major issue there. Like, you can have an absurd idea and be dead serious about it. That's funny. Okay, cool, fine. It's just the fact that it has zero self-awareness. It is a monster. Yeah, technically it can be whatever you want to. At the same time, it could be absolutely nothing. You also have things like, if the adventure uses another method of tracking success, such as clocks, Jenga towers, or playing cards, successful contests will fill a slice of the clock equal to a pole of the Jenga tower, or guaranteed any way that handles success and failure. Contest can slip its way into making the adventure possible with DotDungeon characters. Yeah. 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 That's the bizarre thing with again, it's a Gmod RP server. That's the only thing that I can really come to a conclusion of, but without any of the heart. Do something cool. Just do something. Because the vast majority of the time, when it actually is, it's just a competitive 1DX versus 1DX. That's all it really is. So, for example, a challenging super easy, it shouldn't be a problem. It's just a D4. Most of the time, you're going to be, D6s or D8s, and if you want to judge an enemy difficulty, it's D8, D12, information, D12, D8. And this might be a face on the D20, for example. The red hill versus going to the painted garden. Want to do that? Cool. My gravity magic sculptures, economics, economies, and dangers. Like your own adventure, pre-owned adventures you want to run, like a few pages. So if you, for example, want to go to the painted garden, you might be making a meta versus, it might be a meta versus meta check. Try to figure out what the fuck's going on with it. That's pretty much it. Now, this is like, oh, here's a bunch of settlements, common knowledge, histories, and secrets. Oh my goodness, look at everybody here. Cool, cool, cool. let's roll 2d20, everybody. Oh boy, I got frontier old frontier, everybody. Oh boy, hell yeah. Ah, Mr. Meesinks, look at me. Hasbro plus DotDungeon collab when good old Bats does not like the OGL crisis, so that'll probably never happen, and thank God for that. Though here's the thing, if Hasbro approached John, I think he would be the first one to sell out, like, just immediately. Like, I don't think, like, immediately. That is right, those are all those area names. Yeah, here's some local quests, here's some random NPC names. Now, one of the weird thing is that every single location has a princess and a knight, two players who accomplished all the quests it has to offer and has been given a special title. Now, this is one of those things where it's like, it is a Gmod RP server, but it's a Gmod RP server with other things happening in it, but you can plug in your own adventures, but there are already people there who aren't part of that, but are part of that, and they're just other players, because this is still an MMO. They both know the three things about the settlement and are granted special treatment while there, because there's legitimately, it's the princess and the simp. Their self-esteem is linked to how well the settlement is doing. They spend 90% of their time gaming together, and they treat NPCs of their settlement as if they were real people. That's not how people do things at all, Bats. That's not how, like, if you want to have the idea of, like, here's a veteran MMO, like, player. Like, these are, like, vets. They've been playing forever. They know all the ins and outs. It could be like, yeah, they know all the local information because they've been playing that fucking long. These guys are the max level guys who fuck around the mailbox in Ogrimmar. And anybody who plays WoW knows exactly what I'm talking about, too. $5 says all princesses have their voice chat feature turned off. I don't know what you're talking about. They're all the binkers. I don't... Treasure locations. Then we have the hero, the most powerful warrior spellcaster in the region surrounding settlements. So let's roll, everybody. Let's roll. We need a D12 and a D8. D12. Where's my D8? Where's my D8? Yeah, God damn it. There we go. Let's first roll. Are we doing a warrior or spellcaster? We're gonna be working with a spellcaster, everybody. Let's roll. Oh boy, we're gonna be dealing with a Fae. Oh, cool. They're a Fae person. What do they know? What do they know? Actually, here we'll do evens odds, and 5 is an old friend from high school. There we go. We know some guy larping as a fucking fairy in the woods. He's there. Here's the random quest generator. Here's a bunch of travel things. It's location on a yeah, you could fast travel if you want. It just costs money. Here's some random characters, like 3 things of what you kind of want to make characters about. You also have, like, the weirder ideas of making sure that other characters work together. Because anytime you find a character, like, you actually, like, find another player in the thing, in the game, you can actually bring them along, and, you know, it's like a mom trying out the game because they know their daughter plays a lot. Let's be honest with ourselves. They're dating another player but still feel alone sometimes. Dad's time after the kids go to bed. He streams. Pulled over from childhood. Been playing for 13 years. Now, one of the ideas is that you're supposed to follow this little map here. And you're learning about them over time, and you're going on long trips, you're finding reasons why you're in together, you're going on a personal quest with one another, what they're trying to figure out, what they're not saying, what they are saying. And then you go on things, you know, you actively hiding, and then finally saying goodbye. Very sad. That's what it means by it's kind of like this quantified, like, learning about people, rather than just like, this is just an asshole who knows everything in this fucking MMO because he's an asshole. Wait, this is Tumblr Mork. To a degree, I think that does have something. Knights are technically moderators. That's the idea. Tools at their disposal: silencing, prison, temporary ban, permabans, and they do have different colors, but that's really all they have. Again, it's one of those things, like, you could make these funny, like, yeah, here's like, oh, something terrible happened and you're fucking stuck, be like, yeah, no, sorry guys, yeah, the fucking, yeah, you guys glitched out of the map, you're supposed to not technically be here, let me just move y'all back where you gotta be. Cool. Yeah, this comes in like answering questions, make a list, talk about things, give them names. Stuffed Pikachu, stress ball, Spider-Man mug. Yeah, it's when you're trying to make NPCs just he legitimately just says, find things that look vaguely appropriate and then give them reasons to exist. I mean, like, I get the reason, like, why this exists. It's like, oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, like, join Project Nerves to join. You can join more things there. Have some endnotes. Now, DotDungeon is my love letter to Isekai. Hack Code Lyoko Sword Art Online. All those dreams of childhood falling into the world of a video game. Running games in D20 Modern was set in my hometown, full of zombies, gangsters, and supernatural horrors. Always wanted to, you know, bleed between two worlds, and two worlds bleed across time. This one's for the fan fiction I never wrote. That one's for the game after all. The games that will inspire me. The game that 14-year-old me would have fallen into and wanted so desperately to run for friends. This one's for the kid in all of us. Good luck, don't die. John Battelle. Now, here's the thing with DotDungeon. Here's the 411. The thing you're actually looking at. Simps or what? Yeah, they're chat mods. Fucking mods, not even once. Janny's free. DotDungeon's a fascinating exploration of something a little bit broader, which is the idea that this game doesn't really have anything going for it. If you really strip it away to its core essentials, it's an opposed die system. That's really all it is. But there are so many little ideas that feel completely neglected. And it's like, oh man, this kind of blows. Like, you know, there isn't a lot here, but you know what? It's a little project. He probably did it in his free time. Everything is so great and wonderful, and there's absolutely no problem with anything going on. And it would be absolutely ridiculous to think that there would be anybody who would give this man actual money, claiming that it's an MMO on Kickstarter. Wowie zowie, everybody. It made 16.5 grand on fucking Kickstarter for that entire game. Design compensation for $900. Kickstarter fees. That entire thing normally is about 10. Like, how much does it pay? How much is DotDungeon? This is $10, mind you. 10 whole buckaroos to do this. And people paid, what was the absolute highest? 8 people paid $100 for the digital download of the OST, physical book, and a private message. Just a private message. You want to do Oracle tools for solo play? Even more art. More art. Wow! Wow! You missed the sensitivity. Yeah, it's... If you really break down the amount of stuff in this book, though, there is not much here. Like, I'm like, okay, like, what are you sensitivity consulting? I genuinely don't know. Because you gotta think about it like this. Like, to get to the first piece of game, to get to the welcome, you're already on page 8. 8 of 74. Almost a tenth. A little over a tenth of the book. And you're already, you haven't even learned anything yet. You get to the welcome page. And it's like, okay, here's all the character sheets, here's all these things. Like, but then you get these like huge bits here. And I know it's supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be, oh, it's supposed to be a big book, but it's like, what are you paying for? Is it like a deep game? And being like, oh, it's about mimicking an MMO. What is about this mimics an MMO in any remote capacity? Oh, well, get it because it has .exe. You run a fucking exe with an MMO, you better be something fucking good because you're gonna get your ass fucking banned if you do that. What? This isn't an MMO. This isn't me sitting in front of a fucking mailbox waiting for some guy to give me his fucking money because he wants to buy a goddamn mount off me. Yeah, that's not what's going on. This isn't me, sitting, this isn't everybody sitting in the fucking, doing like the pre-dungeon warm-up where everyone's eating all the fucking buffs, and you have the fucking priest over there buffing everybody. We don't, everyone's just looking at each other, everyone's shooting the shit with each other because we're gonna fucking try to fuck up Illidan. Because we're already behind. Because we gotta do this. Because if we don't fuck Illidan up, we're dead. We're screwed. This isn't us working together to overcome a goal or a dungeon or anything like that. What is it? This isn't an MMO, and it's weird that he cites things like... To me, it's very strange he cites things like, oh, I love isekai. Is this an isekai? I don't think this is an isekai at all. Because there's nothing about it that's isekai. Oh, the .hack series? I guess. There's nothing to do with Code Lyoko in this game at all, unless you just do the idea of, like, there's a digital world. Sword Art Online, not really, because Sword Art Online actually has a lot of threat when it comes to things. Your connection is you being alive. Like, yeah, I guess the only one that I could really think of is the .hack series, but... Really, yeah, I mean, if we go into, like, the whole, like, .hack franchise, which clearly it's inspired by because of .dungeon. But, like, you wanna go down this? This has its very much its own feeling to things. It also has a very unique style to it, which is something that is pretty important to the overall series. It is about, the game and about the people that kind of work together, but it's also about the relationships we form. It's about the times and the problems that we end up going through, as well as people threatening one another in IRL. But yeah, DotDungeon's an odd game. I don't understand why people think it's like this like masterclass of game design. I legitimately do not understand. And I don't get it. Am I missing something? Wuso, am I missing something? Is there like some grandiose secret that I'm just missing entirely? Typing its name anywhere makes websites computers read it. Jenga TRPGs need to die. GTA role-playing servers, the TRPG game is in Janny class. I always forget, yeah, fucking Risotto is... Risotto doesn't type in here. Overlord episode when it's Ein's friends and not him interacting with NPCs. Weebs have no taste. That's the moral. No, the specific kind of weeb. The guys who are like, Sword Art Online is the greatest anime of all time. But, yes, the next game we're going to be going over, though, a little bit more productive. The next game is... Brutal. Bring it up here. Is the Brutal RPG. Big, bad, ball-busting, bloody battles. Say that 5 times fast. Game Rules 5.1 edition. Kind of see here, I'm like hack and slash fantasy horror game by David J. Stanley. Wowie zowie. What the fuck is this? Color me intrigued. Now, there's actually a story of how I actually found the Brutal RPG. And yes, this is the website, by the way. It is Kino. I don't know what you're talking about. I was actually looking for the, you go to the Corporation RP, if you go to Corporation RPG, it's technically done by a company called Brutal RPG. That's the actual company behind it. So I'm like, okay, you know what? You know, let's, it was like Brutal, you know, Brutal Games or whatever. And the first thing that popped up for me was this. I was like, what the fuck is this? This doesn't look right. So I'm like, okay, like we'll learn about this game, what's going on. And I did a little bit of digging on it. And this game originally came out in 1997. We're keeping the skulls we're keeping the frame, by the way. We will not get rid of the frame. That's some 9. Yeah, it's this is 1997 is when the original version released. However, 2004, you kind of see here, got us up to 3rd edition. Then there was 2013, we saw version 4. 2016, 4.1. 2019, we saw 5th edition. And 2020, about 2 years ago, we actually saw 5.1. Now, this is technically the webpage at 100% of the way you're supposed to look at things, but I'm zooming in slightly. The game is actually completely free. It also takes forever to load. The game is actually completely free. If you want to, you can download the game right here. It's under 13 pages, very small, only about 8 megs. 16 sample characters. We will go over the sample characters later. It has a full monster book, and created by David J. Stanley. David J. Stanley. David J. Stanley. Art gallery. It's got an art gallery. And these are all the people that he's either paid money to or he has... Because though David is an artist, just barely, it's painfully clear his art simply fails to produce the awesome game experience players deserve. So David has spent over $10,000 purchasing unlimited exclusive shared copyright for 200 different works of art. Damn. Now, Larry fucking Elmore. Yes, Larry Elmore, the guy, you might know that name. It's Larry Elmore is one of the main guys behind Dungeons and Dragons. Telephone. It's like, okay, he actually, gave his Zitva, yes, the Snarf Quest. Like Snarf Quest? Snarfs. Yeah, if you want the official Snarf Quest RPG, it's technically this. You got Snarf Quest. Yeah, technically the Zvita are here. They're for free as well. All of these are like, yeah, these are all of the artists that he's just commissioned and he's paid for throughout time, effectively, to make him things. You want to, here's a bunch of it legitimately brings up a completely different page that I can't show anybody. You get things like, Like, let's talk about Dragon's Reach. Dragon's Reach, right? This is the main campaign setting, you could say. It's all right here. It's not actually in the book. I'm like, okay, all right. What about some random tables? Let's make a character. Snarf me up, and I can't snarf up. Snarf me. Yeah, ancient female fly warrior. Here's all her stats. This is everything you need to know about it. Like, oh, cool. Yeah, well, give me some random names, everybody. Awesome, cool. You also can play fucking Hangman. Want to play Hangman? Let's see. I need a 7-letter word with F being in the middle. So, A. Oh, you got an A. What are you guys thinking? What do you guys think? We're playing Hangman on stream. This is Hangman Gaming. Let's think. How about an M? Oh, look, there's a head. Let's think, everybody. What are we thinking? Old fellows. Oh, okay. Let's type in O. We got Ofa right in the middle there. Maybe an R. Oh, man, if we get the main one. What would be a Brofa, Grofa, Rofa? Profane. It has to be profane. Yeah, there we go. Look, everybody. We did it. We played Hangman. That's a fucking thing in this website, is playing Hangman. One of those very bizarre just situations, independent game reviews and all this stuff. You do have the brutal t-shirts. If you want to buy Zazzle, yeah, you got to go to Zazzle. Like, we go to, they don't have anything on Zazzle anymore, but you could technically buy the brutal t-shirts if you felt like it. Got all the artists, various play testers. This is one of those games that I was just fascinated by, because this is the main guy. This is David. He doesn't really do much on here, and this is one of the sad things, though. This is right here. Over 250 downloads, almost 250,000 visits to my homepage. Thanks to all my fans. What's your favorite version? This game isn't actually very well known at all for being free, mind you. And you gotta remember, this is a free game. It's full. That's like legitimately. The fuck are you? Yeah, you might be. This is quite literally Svol. And I do respect the guy for this. He doesn't tweet very much. I got another notification. That's cool. I'm here. Hello. But yeah, no, it's, wargaming mechanics, role-playing mechanics. This game is for serious players only. Hordes of heart-pounding, heavy-handed, hack-and-slash action-adventure away. This game is not for sissy players. This game is not for sissies. Players who don't want their characters to die in a brutal game. Your characters can get killed all the time. How long can your characters stay alive? It's Tito! Yeah, this is... Yeah, as I respect your point, there's increasingly little difference between being based and delusional. I am fascinated by this map. There's nothing else on this game, by the way. There's absolutely fuck all else. And it's just made by this guy. I tried actually finding more about him. Like, does he have like a Lycone? Does he have anything else? Couldn't find jack shit on him. The only thing David J. Stanley ever pops up with is brutal RPG. That's it. And kind of going off my guesstimation, this was published first in 1997. We think in like 1997 as we see like the first edition. That's kind of odd, Risotto. That's kind of, yeah, Twitch might have been doing something fucky wucky with that. But yeah, and it's 2023 right now is what it's 2023 right now, so we're looking at like say 26 years minimum. Let's make it obvious, and let's say let's say he made this game in his early 20s. Let's say he's 22. He'd be about 48 right now. Like, this guy is an older guy at this point, and he's been doing this for quite a while. But that's brutal. That's kind of all I could find about this game. And it's a hardcore game for gamers. Sorry, tiny sissy baby children. Leave that bullshit at the door. Leave your death saves at the fucking door. We're only here for real heroes, real badasses. Thus, I'm bringing in Mary Hagler Mount Malkowitz. Yes, we're bringing him in. Yo, tag me in, coach. And you might be looking at this being like, wow, that looks like a thing, all right. That's a character sheet, all right. I'm like, yes, it is actually a character sheet. So, what is this? All the illustrators, all the proofreading. I don't know if we have Jort here in. We don't have Jort here in the chats. Make sure that there's David. There's Mr. Stanley. For all you graphic designers out there, I want you to remember this very important. Look away. They do start off right at the bat teaching you what the game is. This is a D6 dice pool game. Additive dice pool. So, what you're going to be doing a vast majority of the time, you're going to take a number of your D6s and you're going to roll them all together. A vast majority of the game is actually trying to figure out how to get the most amount of dice you physically fucking can and rolling them together. So, we can kind of see right here, you might be doing things like grouping them by 10, and he's actually kind of teaching you in a lot of ways to how to count the number of dice. They do actually have a dice roller you can do, and every single thing here is converted into dice in some capacity. And, you know, tip, the goal of the spool and roll as many dice as possible. Brutal is very crunchy. It's not. Knowing the rules and how to use them will give you a huge advantage. Our free online dice roller, converting dice to inches. Now, one of the ideas here is, you kind of see here, you might be rolling upwards of quite a few different dice. Let's say, for example, I've got my, let's see, one, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's say I have 7 dice. We're rolling them together. I roll them all at once. Wowie zowie. I've got 2 6s, 5, 2 6s, 5, 3, 2, 2, and 2 1s. So in total, I have 12, 17, 23, 25. I rolled a 25. Wow, good job, me. I'm pretty damn good at my job. They also give you the idea of wicked D6s. Is what you do, you separate all the 1, 2, 3s from 4, 5, 6s. Only the 4, 5, 6s matter. We'll treat them all as 5s. So what I would do here is I would have a 15, because I have 2 6s and 1 5. You know, if we want to do the, give you an idea of my roll. This is my base roll. What wicked D6s effectively mean is that I would count the 6, 6, 6, 6, 5 here as just 5. This would be technically be a 15, while everything else would not be 15. Actually, no, well, everything, this would just be 15, and then we just add in all the rest of the dice. So it would be that plus 7, and I would get a grand total of 22, which is 1 off from my base amount, which works weirdly well in some cases. Yeah. Learn how to count dice. Converting dice to inches. Yes. Why does he look like bats in 10 years? Yeah, GM warning. The Wicked D6 does not always match natural sum results. Oh no. Now, the basic idea is you're going to be making a check, either opposing dice rolls or against dice rolls. You're going to be using difficulty classes. They do not tell you how to do difficulty classes, though. They just kind of don't tell you how to do that because they can't really. Because there's a chance you're going to be rolling a shit ton of dice. There's also a chance you're going to be rolling 1 dice. Now, every single character has got a luck rating. And what you can do with luck is you can do different things with them. So let's say you may use luck on multiple times on the same roll. Let's say you have roll 4 dice for a total of 14. First, you re-roll all the dice showing a 1. Easy enough. Then for every dice showing a 6, you roll an extra, because there is exploding dice. Yes, if you use luck on a roll, you can actually choose to make your everything here and re-roll everything. You pretty much make everything exploding. You make it bigger. You make it grander. As you can kind of see here, Mary, on the other hand, only has a luck of 2. We can only use luck twice a day, which allows him to pretty much explode. We also have shit happens. This game is for serious players only. Hordes of heart-stomping, heavy-hitting hack-and-slash action awaits. Battles move quickly, as the game master will count down to combat initiative numbers at an alarming rate. The brutal game, the battles have been designed to feel rushed. Mistakes should happen, forget to move, too bad, don't look back, just keep pushing forward. I have no fucking idea what the fuck this means. Because I'm going to read out I'm going to tell you what this means. What's going to happen is that you're going to have an initiative. You can roll your initiative, and then the GM is going to start counting down. So let's say we start at 20, it's going to be 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. And then you say, oh, I got 13, I thought 13. Here are my actions I'm going to perform. He's like, okay, we're done. And then it's like, da. That's technically how it works. That's what he's talking about. I'm like 90% sure. It's not written very well. Stop battle and go back and do something they forgot to do earlier. Do not allow a player who is not ready to fight stop battling, contemplate their next move. Do not allow one player to ruin it for everyone else. If your player struggles with the fast and furious battles of brutal, you might offer to help them practice outside of normal game time. Learn to run away. He keeps saying it's this fast-paced combat system. Very fast-paced. No character classes, no character levels. All we care about are abilities. Strength rating such as 5 dice. Together, these are your ability ratings. Now, these are our stats. Combat, coordination, corruption, intellect, magic, nature, primal strength, and willpower. Yes, very, very simple stuff to understand here. Now, you might say, what the fuck do you mean corruption? Corruption is you being a dick. That's you being able to trip people, nudge people out, lie to other people, taunt others. But you also get things like, nature, detect poison and sense danger. Strength, how strong you are. But then combat. Combat is a very important, very distinct. Wait, how does initiative work? It literally is a countdown initiative system. That's all it is. Primal's description goes, our primal is the most important fucking stat in the game. It's hilarious. Yeah, no anime corruption. It's just being a dick. That's all it is. It's literally your dickhead energy. Now, character traits are similar to your ability ratings. These ones are actually determined by your race, and there are a lot of races. Your dark vision. So, technically when it says, oh, you have a 6D in dark vision, that means you can see 6 inches on the tabletop with the dark vision. How many moves on the battlefield? How many actions on the battlefield? Jumping and landing, wielding massive weapons, how much life you end up getting, and how much luck you have. Now we get the first hints of graphic design is my passion. Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna see going forward, he has artists, he has no layout guys. Experience points. Technically what happens when you first start off a character, you'll just get a helping of experience points, and this is pretty much how it goes. You're pretty much just buying up the next rank. So to get to 2, from 1 to 2, it's 2. Get to 2 to 3, it's 3. Pretty so on. You may not skip ability ratings and jump from 3 to 6, pretty simple. Once XP is used to improve ability is spent. However, XP drain does occur. Yes, you might have to legitimately sell back ability ratings to pay for XP drain. But yes, let's make a character. Now, we want to make a character. Choose carefully. Each character race has its own unique advantages, disadvantages, and special abilities. Character race. Character traits, like 3 traits improved by 1. Character ability ratings. You have 25 experience points to save or spend on ability ratings improvement. So it's not a little bit tight. Your primal rating every 3rd rank, so 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, you'll get a new racial ability effectively by bumping up your primal rating. You know, you get some health, and you get some perks of your choice. Perks are completely optional. Now, you also get some basic languages. You can technically become a mute, commenting at least one additional language. As you can kind of see here, as Mary the Haggler, a dwarf, I took a dwarf, goblin, and common. Everybody knows common. This does also mean that humans only learn 2 languages because you just have your base language and the human language, which is the same. No, there's other issues. Get ready for some interesting graphic design choices. You don't understand. I need 39,000. Yeah, character background. Who are you? Character ages. The character ages are a little bit interesting. Technically, everyone should be about an adult because that makes sense. However, you could technically play a 5-year-old. Nothing is stopping you from playing a 5-year-old in this game because being a youngling means you're 0 to 9 years old. Being youthful is 10 to 19. Now, normally when you say youngling, I'm like, okay, you're like a child. Like, you're pretty young, like 13 to maybe like 17. No, a vast majority of your youthful era is actually like you're not even legally an adult. In anywhere. It's like, oh yeah. Brutal is a role-playing game. As such, players are actors within an improvisational shared adventure. Please don't pretend to be yourself. Instead, try making up a voice and perhaps impersonate a famous celebrity. Then do your best to keep doing it. Stay consistent. Stay true to the character. I do enjoy the fact it's like impersonate a famous celebrity. This is one of those things, like, you begin with a ready pack and 75 gold. You must spend 75 gold. That's 75 gold, and now this does not go very far. You start with some basic money, so it's like, okay, pretty simple to understand. Now, when we go over the races, I want you to understand go educate yourself on a 0 to 9. Yeah, pretty much. Now, as we're going through the races, I want you to remember, I have no idea, like, the connotation. This might be some part of, like, some grandiose lore this guy's written for a game we don't understand. I don't know. And these are all free, mind you. So, character races, Adventure Beetle. These are all their base stats. +1 on all initiative rolls. Small but eager people, easily excited. All adventure beetles must learn to fly. You can fly as an adventure beetle, but you can also turn into the sub-race of a dung beetle. Yeah, and these are some of like the primal character abilities. We're not going to read that one. Dig Dug. You auto cast the dig spell with no glyph. Double jump. You jump twice as normal. Glossy shell. You shell hardens. Iron Stomach. Iron Stomach 2. Speak with Bug. Super Shell. Alright. Catlings. I sure do love catlings. And you kind of see here, this is the size comparison. That's a human. I guess that was ripped from Diablo. Yeah, these are the catlings. We have the full thing about prides, catling tails, tail weapons. Martial arts who kicks in order to lean forward, lash it over their shoulders in a scorpion-like maneuver. You know somebody was furiously masturbating writing this. Cat speak. You may speak with domestic pet cats at will. You have to take cat speak 1 before 2. I can speak to Mr. fucking Meowmers. Moffy Cat is here, everybody. Yeah, a lot of these are fairly similar. Like, you get a lot of double jumps and like that. But you get some of them are like, hey, your tail attack cannot be concealed because you have a fucking razor-sharp hooked blade on your tail. Cool. My absolute favorite race. He paid $10,000 for... Picks. Yeah, I mean, playing a cesspooler, this goes fucking hard. Like, I don't think, like, the fact that you can play this fucking goober over here. And it's not like, oh, you're playing like a lizard person. No, you're playing that fucker. You're playing this fat fucking ugly bastard is getting loads of pussy. You are not this, and frankly, you're an idiot. Yeah, like, the fact that you are allowed to play this is hilarious. And they go over the lore for every single one. You want to learn about living in trash piles. You have a badass bite behind things. They all think they're dragons. You can tail swipe. You have tough skin. Cyclops turtles. Cool. Cyclops turtles. There's just you can summon cave sharks. Oh, cave sharks! You can literally speak with fish, summon cave sharks, Cyclopsling. You can play one of these things. And they all have a bit dwarf. I like dwarf. This is what I ended up playing. I play not a Viking dwarf. It's a little inconsistent. Not playing I just played a normal, regular dwarf. And I believe for my primal ability, because I'm primal 3, I took Iron Stomach. Light Elf. And I like the fact that they do also include pronunciations for everything in the chiller font. It really does sell. Godzilla looking ass. You can play Dark Elves, Half Elves. You want to play a Half Elf? Want to play Elf Quest? We can play Elf Quest. Like, kind of goes hard. Half Ogre. That's technically what's on the front cover, is a Half Ogre. Mash, mash, mash the head, bloody up the street. Warm and meaty, what a treat, and now it's time to eat. All Half Ogres are born male. Yeah, it's, let me see. Oh, half ogres are big brutes, massive muscles. Where was the lion? Where was the line? I know the line is here. Yeah, half ogres exist. Half orcs. Ah, yes. They are almost always the result of unwanted affection by a male orc who has attacked a humanoid female and got a little overexcited. Their humanoid half may be other characters' race and has no effect on the occasional pointed ears or hairy feet. When speaking, they tend to spit and drool from time to time. Yeah, you want to play a half orc? Yeah, that's dork. You play a dork, a dwarf orc. It's funny. Half troll, same thing, same thing. It's rape. It's just rape. Human. Human. What are you doing, human? Pretty standard. Humans are pretty mid. They get a lot of it. They get a lot of it. Life force increasements. They get like you. If you want to play a fucking tank, you play a human. You are not gonna die very easily. Night Stalkers, literally small yet savage people. Owls claims herself as a pack leader. Bonite. They cannot actually, yeah, race ability, you can burst into flames to escape. Interestingly enough, you legitimately cannot speak as a Phaonite. You have to do this, tweet tweet, toot toot, boom boom, click click, pop pop, hum hum, twang twang, snark snark, cluck cluck, brock brock, chirp chirp, ping ping, boing boing. It actually is here. See, you know, once I want to see a half ugly bastard race, and it was come from horny human men fucking something they shouldn't. You said it wasn't hentai. Stop putting your junk on the fan, fam. Yeah, no. Welcome to the brutal RPG. Boing boings. They've got they can actually fly. The skunkler. You want to play a skunkler? It's a tiny little fucking skunk person. This is just a katana wielding alien. They katana wielding aliens that they don't have language. They just speak. We got more furries. Don't forget, we've got Tundra. There are lots of tribes, and they often meet up for barbecue, drinking, singing, dancing, and trading. Barbecue. The warrior flies. Yes, warrior flies. You can play a fly with a sword. And then we have the, of course, the Zvitva. Zvitva. Yeah, they're Snarf Quest, everybody. Hey, everyone, want to go and enter Snarf Quest? Yeah, those are all the races. Ah, yeah, my new favorite race, the member of the KKK. Hey, Snarf's done nothing wrong. They're just Snarfs. Snarfs voiced by Rob Schneider. Only made bird noise since I studied the blade. Yeah, perks pretty much allow you to get like bonuses. You don't really actually have to take any perks. A lot of these are like, you get a +2 here, you get a +1 there, +2 here. You begin with random spells. You begin with money. You like the comic, little like fucking weird ass comic art? Yeah, that's. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Now, obviously, I chose to become a dwarf. As a dwarf, I get a +1 to all my axe rolls, and a +1 to all my search for secret doors rolls. Good job, me. I'm doing it. I'm gaming. As for my perks and flaws, I took Goblin Hunter, obviously, because I want to attack goblins and orcs, because I am a dwarf. Dungeoneer, so I never get lost underground. However, I sneeze near mushrooms. I really hate the Dutch, and children cry when they see me. That last one isn't technically even a flaw, I just made that one up because I thought it was funny. Because you get some, like, speech impediment. Pronounce V as poor directions, mute, not challenged. Very slow, peg legs, poor grip, vulnerable, combat paralysis. Yeah, technically as a youngling, you can play as a 5-year-old, and that's just it. It's not really that bad, actually. You get a bunch of, like, little things here. Generally speaking, though, like, don't take any of these. They're not really that good. Based. My disability is fear of the French. Yes, this is how the currency works. Is, you know, about pages and pages of equipment. Doesn't fucking matter about equipment. Generally speaking, though, 10 copper equal 1 iron, 10 iron silver, 10 silver gold, 10 gold a gem. Technically, there is another one which is called toes, which for sailors and pirates, legitimately big toes. You can sell them for 5 iron a piece. The bigger cost is the negative 1D movement penalty that comes with chopping off both your own big toes. I don't know why even the concept of chop your own toes off to pay pirates with came from, but it's there. Like, that's a thing we all got to accept. Now, remember, we only have 75 gold to kind of work with here, and you don't have a lot of this to work with. So you can equip everything wherever you want. So your hand, your head, your torso. Those are your 3 main locations. You know, half chain armor, this is what we call leather armor with a chain shirt. Natural armor does not combine with torso armor. You know, shield, wooden shields cost less than float, while steel shields don't burn. So, generally speaking, as you can kind of see here, for equipment-wise, I ended up taking a wooden shield, some leather armor, and a helmet. I couldn't really afford too much else. You don't really have a lot of money to work with, so it's graphic design is my passion. You don't really have to work too much about it. Worry about it. I will play a newborn with minimal stat penalties, and you can't stop me. Yeah, I mean, if you're, like, you know, jump out of the womb with a sword in hand, like, what are you really doing with life? Are you... It sounds like you're not being as Sigma male as you can be. So here's all our basic weapons. There are many tags, kind of go things, but as I say here, you know, you need daggers. You get a small axe, some maces, some rods, some swords. Some things cost 2. Anytime you see like an M2 here, that means you can make multiple attacks with it in the same turn. You kind of see right here, multiple attacks. It says like, oh, well, you can do multiple attacks, you can do multiple hits, and these +2 is the amount that's going to be added to your combat dice pool. All right, you know, holy symbol, special weapons. You want to throw some fire jar at people. I think these are literally like that's just a Halo, so I don't know why that's there, but it is, and we all got to live with it. Yeah, graphic design is truly my passion. It's my passion. Yeah, this is what I mean by, like, it's somewhat wasted on... How do I want to word this? $10,000 worth of artwork means absolutely jack shit if you don't use that artwork well. Few pieces of artwork go a lot farther, but placed well, go a lot farther than a lot of pieces of artwork that don't go anywhere. But yeah, you can buy, if you want to buy a bunch of live chickens, you can buy a bunch of live chickens. Now, mind you, you can buy a lot of stuff here. And you always start with a, kind of a ready pack. You always end up getting a bunch of basic idea. You always end up starting with a few things. I didn't start with too many items. I got a couple potions of healing, because healing is always nice. Got some basic weapons. Got even a nice little weapon here. I'm set. I'm good. I'm ready to kill the Dutch. As you can kind of see, dwarfy dwarf who dwarfs dwarfily, racist against the Dutch and elves, which are pretty much the elves of Europe. There are special weapons. You want to get some nets. I don't know why these aren't up there. They just aren't. You want to get some whips. Cool whips. Splash weapons. Holy symbols. Wow. Giant stones. Massive fuck off weapons. All of these have different things. Now, this is where the actual game comes into place with the, when we actually learn how to roll some dice. Almost everything is going to be actually have their own set of dice that you need to go against. So, for example, let's say we're trying to hide something. Let's say we're trying to find something. I look at my dice here. I only got let's see, it'd be my cunning, my CN. My CN versus, let's say, its hidden score of 4, a 4d6 versus my 3. I roll, I roll, and then these gonna roll. I can't roll for shit today, apparently, so I rolled a 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got a total of 10. However, on the other side, I also got a 10, and defender wins. Now, if I would say, hey, I want to use luck on this roll, I'm gonna take my 6, re-roll it, and I succeed. Vast majority of the game is just that. It is my score versus your score. I'm trying to beat you. And you're also seeing a lot of these like 1 actions, 2 actions. You can actually do a couple actions every round, sort of. Searching, you want to search things. The dedicated role-playing actions. I see all here, doesn't really matter. Your dedicated role-playing actions are things like you want to bluff, bribe, disguise, eavesdrop, intimidate, knowledge check. Ooh. You want to do some hunt and gathering skills. Maybe you want to pick some locks. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm designing. Like they do. Yeah, surprising is very different from sneaking. Rune marking is different. Tracking, willpower. Generally speaking, though, what's going to happen is you're going to take all your dice here, and you're going to be trying to do something. It's always going to be an X versus Y. And that Y is, you're going to have your dice, they're going to have their dice. It's just a roll-off. Very simple. And that's fine, I guess. Not exactly what we like to call the most complicated thing in the world. And this is what a vast majority of the game actually kind of boils down to. Some of these are just flat values, like, hey, there's a thing here. Roll the dice and actually determine if you do it or not. Others of them are a little bit more randomized. But let's learn about combat real fast. Because I thought I made a pretty standardized character. I did not. I made a bad character, in fact. I made a very bad character. And so, like, this is my basic character. So our basic amount of damage types, you got all your various elemental damage types. You also got things like physical or sharpen. These are actually important. You don't need to make a roll against them. You might have vulnerability, or you might not. You want to set up the battlefield, and then we're going to start with distances. One of the big things is when I say like that your movement speed, your ability to do, this is technically a 4D. Technically that's 4d6 movement. However, because I have 4, I can move 4 inches roughly. Easy enough to understand. Some of your things can get a little bit wonkier if you want to go with things like weapons with certain ranges. Like spears have a range of like 3 inches where you can attack someone 3 inches away. Or you might have something like, you have a couple oddities like that. Yeah, Pluto maybe may be played as a turn-based game. Each player takes a turn and attempt all their moves and actions at once. Play then passes to the next player, and so on. I like how this is a turn-based option. It gets weird because this is the optional idea. Initiative-based combat. Initiative-based. GM counts down. Numerous players will reach out and move their characters 1 inch at a time. Because your movement is technically not 4. It's 1. Anytime you move, when you're in play, you begin, moves and action. You may move with a limited number of moves and actions. You may attempt 1 move and 1 action per countdown initiative. Not repeat the same action. Anytime you use a move, you're moving 1 inch. So technically, as you kind of see down here, I have my movement pool. I can move 4 inches, or I can do other things that take movement actions. It's like, okay, but this is the actual honest-to-God way that this game is meant to be played. Initiative based. Counts down. Numerous players will reach out and move their characters 1 inch at a time. Rounds of combat. Battles played out in 1 or more consecutive rounds. New round. The GM calls out a new round. Everything from the previous round ends and a new round begins. Free move. Use all monsters 1 inch first, then players then may move their characters 1 inch in response. Start of round, then your new initiative. They do not actually tell you how to calculate your initiative. They do not. I've tried to find a way to find that. This just isn't. They've never actually detail how you generate initiative. So I ended up just saying this is probably the one way it's supposed to be. I do not know. They do not tell you. Calling out then. So of course you cannot do anything until your initiative equals the GM in countdown. Once it does, you are to be in play. Yeah. This is very bizarre. I would probably just play it as a turn-based option. Which, hey, your initiative up. You can do all your actions and moves at once. Because that makes sense. But what I think is supposed to happen here, what I think is, 20, 19, 18, 6, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10. Okay, I'm good. I'm active. I'm going to take an action to move. I'm going to move once. I'm going to take an action here. And I'm going to make an attack. I'm going to make this. It's effectively, as long as your initiative is in play, you're good. It's not just your turn in combat. It's as long as it's counting down, you can make moves, you can make actions. Which I have no fucking idea how that's supposed to play. I have genuinely no fucking clue. Because that's completely insane. Like, it just is completely bonkers. You also end up with this. I just find this very funny. Technically, your corruption rating is anytime you need to make like an initiative check for something, or like you need to randomly helping when things go wrong. Anytime you need to say, "Oh, I get a lot more," because your corruption is going to help you on that, because they tend to cheat a lot. However, if they're trying to target you with bad things, it's a penalty because karma's a bitch. That is the literal reason. So if you boost up your corruption rating, you aren't going to have a good time in some respects, but you're also not going to get randomly targeted by enemies. Yep. I love this. I love video games so fucking much. I don't know what the fuck's going on in my server. Scribble's got furry races. Oh. Oh, Scribble. Oh, Scribble. You wacky cat, you. But yeah, this is where things start getting a little bit funky and a little bit interesting as well. Colored dice make dice pooling a lot easier. You have the idea of defense pools and attacking pools, otherwise known as your blue dice and your white dice. I don't know what came first, chicken and or egg. You know what? I'm going to do a little bit of looking here. I'm curious. I want to go back to 2nd edition. I want to go to, let's see. I want to do 2nd edition. Oh, this looks a lot better, actually. Why isn't this? Let's actually see. I want to do damage from fire, creating a character, natural ability, basic combat. Let me guess. Attack adjustment. Interesting. Defending your character. Defense roll may use again and again. Counterattacks, parry with sword, put running away, tripping and falling, healing and recovering, staying alive. Doesn't this look so much better? Fuck it. This is let me best way. This is 2nd edition, actually. This is Brutal Base Game 2nd edition, 2003. I didn't read go over the other editions of this because I'm like, I don't really need to. This is the latest edition. But like, why does it look so much better? A lot of things remain the same, but then you have like willpower. All these look a lot nicer. They don't actually, yeah, they have corruption, I guess. But like, where was it? Creating a character. Things were actually quite different here. You now improve some of your ability rating, 5 different ability, or plus 2 to 2 different. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, so combat is delicate balance. Because what I was thinking of is there actually what came first, chicken or egg? Because this is actually very reminiscent in this version anyway. In this version, this is actually very reminiscent of Song of Swords and a couple other games. Pretty much with the idea being that like this is, you know, you're pooling different dice together to roll against one another and seeing who is going to win effectively. You know, you have the idea of red dice and blue dice. This is actually kind of interesting to read because this does look like this is a defense adjustment. It's kind of using the same ideas, but it is clearly different kind of thing. Interesting. And this is only 26 pages, mind you. This is actually very simple. Different actions. Yeah, this is a very simple game. God, what the fuck happened? Interesting. But see, the interesting note about this with like the idea is that you are supposed to like split up your dice into various categories and then roll them separately for one another. You know, your defense pools, your white pools, and you can only have a certain number of these based on your combat attribute, which is a big idea. Now, I thought I made a pretty well-rounded character, all things considering. And when it came to it, I have a total of 3 combat dice that I can distribute to either my defense or my attack every round, effectively. However, I can only dedicate a certain amount to my defense. I can only dedicate a certain amount to my attack. This is how I want to do things default. My standard adjustment. Pulling all my things together, I have 4 defense dice, 4 white attack dice, and I can beat the shit out of you. Now, things get a little bit wonkier when you get into here. This is tips for beginners. With a combat rating of 3 or fewer, you are a non-combatant. Place all your red CB dice into your blue defense pool, and if you do, then you gain +1 yellow bonus for doing an all-out defense. This is weird that they even say this. Like, oh, well, combat rating of 4 or 8, you are a combat beginner. Defense pool, blue, attack pool, what's it, the dangerous world? They kind of give you some basic ideas, but like, if I'm going to attack a kobold, for example, he's going to take his 4d6. I'm going to take my 4d6. Where's my other d? I don't have another d6. And I'm going to roll. I'm going to roll his dice, and then I'm going to roll mine. Good job, me. I rolled 12, 16. I rolled 20. He rolled 4, 7, 8. I've successfully bashed his fucking skull in. I've done damage, and he's not having a good time. Pretty simple to understand. Combat moves, on the other hand, these are all the things that you can do with various actions. This is why it's like, just use the turn-based system, because I think that's going to be the best way of looking at things. Because you can make an argument being like, oh, hey, you can use different moves and different actions to do different things at different times. That makes sense, but it's like, countdown initiative. Again, they don't explain how the initiative actually fucking works. It's just like, yeah, you just move, you're just walking 1 inch, you're just doing this whenever the fuck you feel like per round. It's like, what are you talking about? Or it's like, oh, hey, you can sprint, but it costs you 1 action, but it's not a movement action, it's something different. Falling down, there's jumping actions, sprinting. And then, again, you have images like this that look really weirdly pixelated. A vast majority of the time, though, what's going to happen is if you hit, you're going to do damage. You're going to bonk somebody, and you're going to hurt somebody, and they're going to have a bad time. But going all out attacking, all out defending, same idea. But you all can do things like battle cries, battle songs, drinking potions, trying to run away because you don't want to die. Feigning, you can attempt to feign death. Just wait. Feigning death does have this. Good luck with that. Oh. Are you lolling with me, everybody? It's so fucking funny. You're gonna attempt to fight dirty, landing attacks. Yeah, literally jumping up in the air to hit somebody. To bonk them in the head. Multiple attacks. Yeah, there's quite a few of these, and you want to do empty hand defense. 1, 2, 3, 4 punch. Flying kicks, circle kicks. You want us to do a circle kick with someone? Breaking claws, binding your wounds, resting, healing potions, etc., etc. Generally, combat is the most important aspect of the game, and it's just using your actions to do things. You can use mature rules, such as adding in diseases, diarrhea and flatulence, gore, horrific gore. Generally speaking, you're trying to resist dice versus whatever the disease is, and disease rating usually has a value that you have to go against. Or insanity, pain, poison, same idea. Magic is actually really cool. Gonna say this, will not lie about this. Magic is really fucking cool. The idea is that magic doesn't necessarily exist naturally. You have to improve your intellect and magic ratings, but you're not really using those for the idea of having it necessarily. What you're doing it is you need to find and identify glyphs, these spell glyphs. Once you identify and you start reading it out, you actually have that spell that you can use whenever you want. So, for example, you want to learn to detect magic better, you want to dispel magic. Being a good magician means that you can find magic out more than anything. But, let's say, for example, I have the alarm spell. You create an unseen magic bell that loudly rings whenever an intruder enters the area. The alarm can be heard for 10 inches. anybody can technically learn the alarm spell. It's just a glyph that you have to memorize. You learn how to do it, and then you have it. I actually really like this as an idea. And I like this as an idea because what it's effectively saying is, as long as you find spells, these spell glyphs, these spell abilities, you can learn magic. Anybody can learn magic. But some people are just better at it than others. You have a really high intelligence, you have a really high magic score. You're better at learning magic than other people because you know where to look. You got the sixth sense. I like this idea. Do they do much with it? No, not really. Most of these really do boil down to a pretty standard assortment of like OSR spells. If you've ever played an OSR game, you've probably seen these spells before. But I like the idea. I think the concept is pretty interesting. You know, restoring limbs, scrying, a lot more stuff going on, but hey, time stop. You get some random treasure tables, some random magic item tables. Ooh. A lot of just stuff that you can get to kind of fuck around with. Now, they do have a entire set of wargame rules in the back. You may be wondering, why do they have entire wargame rules in the back? I don't know. They just do, okay? And you can technically, like, you can pretty much buy your very own, you want to have some very basic wargame rules. It's here. You can play war games if you want, and you just use the basic combat. So yeah, that's brutal, but I want to talk about something really important. I thought that I made a pretty standard character. I'm like, man, my characters aren't very good. I feel kind of sad. I'm like, I wonder what the sample characters are like. Maybe I'm looking at things wrong. Maybe I'm not looking at this correctly. Maybe I am the wrong one. Maybe I am the silly baby child and dumb. These are the sample characters. Now, you're gonna notice this. You see this? See, burning 20 points to their combat skills. Oh. 20 to their combat skills. 20 to their combat. 20 to their combat. 20 to their combat. 20 to their combat. They all have almost every single, like, I would say over half of the actual sample characters, mind you, of the sample characters to play are built the exact same stat-wise. Almost every single one of them has a combat rating of 6 with a primal rating of 3 and usually increasing life force and luck by 1. They are very common. This was the only weird one, but this one also doesn't make any fucking sense half the time. Where she wants to sing songs to aid the party. This is how you make a bard, technically. Is you make a bard by sitting in the fucking corner and singing. She has no ability to actually attack anybody, but she also has defense pool. Drip Nose. Drip Nose is the only character that I can really see that looks like he knows what he's fucking doing. And even he has a primal rating of 6. And he's got all this shit, and it's like, is this correct? I don't know. That's the best part. I don't know. Because so many of them are the exact fucking same. Honey got a 20, it's, 20. 20. You're gonna be 20. Wow, you're gonna learn what Dudley is. 20. Yeah, sample characters are interesting in this one. Optimized D&D .png. Yeah, almost every single one of the sample characters are actually just combat monsters. And I thought about it, and it's like, that makes a lot of sense, because here's the thing with the Brutal RPG. Here's the thing. What is this game? This game is a combat-oriented bonkatronics Rex. We're bonking each other, we're hitting each other, and that's really it. Is this game cool? Good? That depends on your definitions. If you want like a really basic, I would guess in the vein of, if you want OSR by way of Song of Swords, then there's a merit to it, kind of thing. If you want like just that idea, you're gonna have to tweak the shit out of it though. If you want something more, if you want something a little bit more grandiose, or you want something a little bit more role-playing friendly, then you're gonna actually have to do something else, because they do have a bunch of they have monsters, obviously, if we look in the monster book here. But a vast majority of them are not really too complicated. As you kind of see here, like the basilisk, for example, this is what a basilisk does. They roll 10d6 to bite and claw you. Or it's like a bear. A bear is gonna fuck your day up. A bear will kill you. Or a beheader, get it? Because it's not a beholder, it's a beheader. Bird brains. Cave sharks are scary. Because you gotta remember, this isn't damage necessarily, that's just the amount of hit, that's just what the fucking hitting you fucking for. Like, you're getting hit for a lot of fucking damage in some of these cases. And, like, yeah, it hurts. Like, these guys do hurt, and it's hard to dodge, it's hard to block. It's a fascinating combination of just things put together to form something entirely unique. And that isn't necessarily a good thing. Like, let's see if we can find, like, a fun monster. The Gnolls! Gnolls are gonna do 7 damage to you. Like, yeah, they're gonna hit you pretty goddamn hard, and they're gonna hurt if they do hit you. But then it's like, oh, then you have glow shrooms. Glow shrooms can't hurt you. Like, created in 2013. God, this thing is ancient. Yeah, all of these things are pretty fucking ancient. I appreciate the idea of brutal. Here's the thing, I appreciate the idea, and like with all of the games we're gonna be kind of I said we're gonna go over today, there's aspects I like and aspects I don't like of each one of them, and I think that's, if we just focus on the raw positivity of things, sometimes we lose things. Sometimes we will actually lose what is important. Sometimes what isn't important. Sometimes we lose our way a little bit. And I think Brutal's a good way of just the understanding of, we lost our way a little. Now we have, this was a request. This is Enforcer. Enforcer. Now, some of you may know who's actually doing this one, and he may actually be in the chat right this moment. This is actually by someone named Burnt Jester, or more accurately, Stormforger. Or as he lists here, if I scroll down a little bit, developer by Izak Tait. As you can kind of see here, this is Stormforge. Stormforge here is a developer that I am familiar with. I wrote a game for him, actually. I'm gonna be upfront. Here's Stormforger, you kind of see him. I'm gonna be upfront with everybody here. I've written a game for Stormforger. I wrote a game called Dungeon Tactics with him. I wrote it. I worked with him before. I know him. He seems to like me, and I have no issues with him. And so that's just kind of something we all kind of gotta, I want to preface all of this. Why do you sound so salty about having written a game for someone? That game, Dungeon Tactics, I wrote about 3 years ago now. He said he was going to get everything published for it. Only recently, after about 2 full games, has he kind of got back to me on it in any remote capacity. It's just, to give you an idea, he was the one who actually kind of made me increase my prices for almost everything commission-wise. He was one of the main reasons for it. And it's been a lot of sitting there with Stormforger. And Stormforge, how do I want to word this nicely? Stormforge is a gamer. I'm gonna preface that right now. Stormforge is a gamer. Capital G gamer. And I don't mean this in a bad way. I don't mean this in a good way. I mean this in, he pisses some people off. And he is, Orange Server, he has a not positive reputation in the Orange Server, nor does he have, a sterling reputation in a couple places, in fact. People seem, you either like Stormforge or you don't. Blue Server is actually very tied with him because a lot of the people there actually are associated with the full thing, the Stormforger Productions right here, Stormforge. Trying to see here, where's the actual main website, as he's trying to make it more like a collective of everyone working together. Their main game is actually called Sigil. I see, or the Ruined Age. This is their kind of their main thing, but they have things like Zealand, the survival horror RPG, The Ruined Age, Promised Land, which is another game he wrote. There's quite a few different ones, and he has different authors. There are other people who work within the groups themselves. The big thing, though, to note is that Burnt Jester here is Izak. This is the main guy. And he's done a lot of work. I will say that. He's done a lot of work, and he's clearly worked with, I've got no problem with the guy. He's offered to bring me on board the Stormforge community. Have I ever reviewed Sigil System? No. Because for a very long time, I made a very distinct call that I wouldn't go over any games of people I knew. Because I'm a dick. And I can be very harsh with some people. And I'm like, I don't want to go over games of people I know. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings unless they distinctly tell me, like, it's okay to go over this. And Stormforger, I've got no problem with the guy. He's a very nice guy. He does like to start shit on Twitter, though. Like, he is the kind of guy who likes to start shit sometimes, and he enters into some gamer moments with people. People get into arguments with him, and he likes getting into arguments with other people's. And it's an entire circular thing of people just kind of getting mad at each other at some point. But yeah, this is my thing that I wrote for him, and you kind of see there. So that's one of those things, like, you kind of gotta understand about him. Not very popular in Orange Server, obviously. He's actually one of the very few people who have been ever banned from Orange Server, in fact. Blue Server, a lot of people are kind of tied together with him there. And I believe in our RPG design, I don't think he was fundamental in getting that entire thing crashed and burned, but he did have a part in it. And that might have been due to the fact that he had an influence on Blue Server. He might not have been. Nobody really knows the full story there, nor do I think we'll ever get a full story on that. Okay, we've established some baseline. On the other hand, kind of see here, this is Twitter. He's got all his website stuff. Very nice, pleasant looking website. Sigil technically is an SRD as well. He does have a Patreon. I don't think he lists who's following them on Patreon. Interesting to note, though, about Izak Tait. This is Izak. He works for the University of Auckland. Everything here is publicly available. Double checked everything as well. If I actually go to here, you see his LinkedIn right here. If I go to his LinkedIn, head of the Now Institute, go away, don't need you. If I scroll down here a little bit, you see right here, founder and lead developer of Stormforward Productions, works at University of Auckland. This guy is you go through his entire fucking history, effectively, it's submissions administrators, teaching assistants, administrator at Quality Education Services. He worked at the fucking mail office. He's been higher education. He's been in higher education for quite a while now. One of the interesting bits about him, though, is right here. I am the responsible for the daily operations of the Now Institute and its strong AI lab. What is the Now Institute, you may understand? May be wondering. Well, the Now Institute in Auckland. Is that the correct one? I don't believe it's the correct one. Oh, this. The University of Auckland, let me see, University of Auckland AI. They actually have a pretty extensive thing on like like AI and AI intelligence and stuff like this. They actually have a fairly extensive thing here. So kind of working with that, it's a little bit interesting kind of understanding like, hey, like he's very much tied to AI stuff in general, and you will frequently see him get into arguments about AI stuff. The most popular thing being everyone who doesn't like AI is Luddites. Or Luddites. But yeah, intelligence research. He's one of the head fucking people here. You gotta remember that. He is one of the head fucking people at this entire institute. You kind of see here about the Now Institute. Natural, Artificial, and Organization Intelligence Institute. Multifaceted broad field of intelligence research from biology and psychology to sociology and business. It's interesting here, day operations and its strong AI lab. His non-academic stuff, he's primarily a researcher, though. Weirdly enough, he has a fucking master's in molecular genetics. Why he has a fucking... I don't... Why the fuck do you have a molecular genetics degree and you're doing that? A couple of research, a couple of big basic things here. If you kind of go to his writing... Masters of Science, Postgraduate Diploma in Applied Science, Genetics, Animal Health and Welfare. Let me see, where was the one that... Forgetting the Bicentennial Man, discussing why anthropomorphic frameworks of consciousness should be avoided for artificial entities. Promised Land, Enchiridion Alchemia. Fun fact about Izak, though, is that he is actually, I believe he is from South Africa. Moved to New Zealand. So yeah, this is Izak. This is who we're kind of working with here, and I could probably find more about the guy. Good, right? But everything you kind of need to know about him is he heads up Stormforge. He works with a lot of people. He gets into arguments quite frequently on Twitter. And he is I believe he's gold seller in a couple different things. Like he writes games. He's got the funding to do it too. Like he's clearly been doing stuff for a while. I have debated on working with him and more closely. It's been kind of a back and forth. But he actually requested specifically that I go over his one game, Enforcer. Let's see here, 2019, 2021, Stormforge Productions. Interesting to note here as well. What's getting dinged? Who's dinging me? Hello, Ira. Ira, my beloved. It would be about that time, wouldn't it? We go here. What am I? I want to check out when Enforcer came out. Enforcer officially came out in 2019 is when this game officially came out. Yeah. Now, I'm going to give you a basic lore. Okay, it's time for a basic lore Been. All right, everybody. Close your eyes. Imagine a future. Imagine the future. You know, imagine Warhammer 40,000 just contained like just our solar system. Though. Okay, you've got most. You want more? You want more? Well, here's the thing. This is not actually a role-playing game, really. It's a miniature-based narrative war game, or a war role-playing game, as it even kind of says it there, based on a game called Inquisitor. Now, you may know what Inquisitor is if you know your 40k lore at all. For those who don't know, let me do, it would be Inquisitor 40k RPG. This one's a little bit convoluted to find. Right here. Inquisitor was a game that came out way back in the day. Actually, relatively speaking. This was a... Well, how do I want to word this? You are effectively playing... This was proto... God, it's hard to... This was effectively a specialist game from back in the day. This was kind of the proto-specialist game in a lot of different ways, which was the idea of a narrative war game. That was kind of the big idea behind it. It was going to be... It is a telephone. It is a way for you to play, you know, one player, the GM is kind of playing a, you know, the Inquisitor, and they are setting up a bunch of enemies against the players who are heading up their henchmen. And you create war bands and you're going up against each other. This is kind of what we would kind of think of like a proto skirmish, or, you know, kind of a proto skirmish war game. They do talk about them slightly. Most of the time they can't, though, just because it just doesn't exist. Like, this is just, it just links to the Game Workshop site, just because Inquisitor isn't really a thing anymore. Not produced, but it does actually, people do enjoy it. That's one of the things you kind of got to understand. People clearly played it, and this was actually one of his very first games. This was his big thing that he was most influenced by. And Enforcer, for lack of a better word, is Inquisitor updated. Inquisitor 2, new edition. But one of the odd bits about the lore, really, is that it's a lot more human. That makes sense. A lot more normal. In 2089, we tried to develop black hole technology. However, unfortunately, we unleashed hell, and demons invaded Europe. A lot of fucking people died. We got everybody back together, and we rallied around two men, Pope Thaddeus and the German general Marcus von Richthofen, who would soon become Emperor Marcus I of the Holy Terran Empire. European reunification, backed by the Roman Catholic Church. Marcus was made emperor and 7 years later ruled Europe. Yeah. How do I want to word this nicely? This game is effectively Christianity killed all the other religions, and now we're super Catholic. We're super Catholics now, okay? Let's get it out of the way. We're all super Catholics. That's it. Some people are going to get weirded out by that immediately. I'm going to say that right now. People are going to get weirded out by it. People are going to think that's kind of strange. We all kind of got to accept that's a thing, okay? We're all just going to accept that, okay? Everyone's Catholic now. The Emperor gave special dispensation to the Orthodox and the Copts, not Coptics, just the Copts. And they too joined the Empire. Do we talk about what happened to the Hindus? No. Do we talk about what happened to the vast majority of the Asian countries? No. We don't. Do we talk about the Protestants? No. Do we talk about literally anything else? Absolutely not. Do not think about it too hard. Yeah, you mentioned it though. That's the little bit weird. Little weird, but we don't talk about it. Pretty much the idea though is that you are a combination of the Holy Inquisition and the CIA. You are a combination of both, because you are trying to hunt down unregistered psychics who may or may not be attempting to open a hole to hell again. You are the best of the best, you are recruited to be the best of the best, and often you are not actually playing the enforcers themselves, you're playing a squad, a cadre around them. You're playing their goons that they hire to do shit. And you, the actual players, are incompetent meatbags. You're supposed to kind of go out there and blast people and hope to God not to die horribly. But let's be honest with ourselves, you're going to die. But if you know 40k at all, you probably already know this game. You probably already know Enforcer, and that's just something you gotta accept, I gotta accept, we all gotta kind of accept. Oops, who's ding? Mythic, I can rest assured I do not want at everybody to learn about their fucking Halo RPG. I do not care about the Halo RPG. Yeah, it's a 28mm scale miniatures war game, effectively. If you've ever played skirmish if you've ever played skirmish games before, you probably already know what you're going in for here. They do talk a lot about here. You can use papercraft minis and things like that. If you've never played a war game before, papercraft minis are probably going to be your best bet, or using just kind of like tokens. Can you play this on a VTT pretty easily? Hell yes, you can totally play this on a VTT super duper easy, and you never got to think about it again. Arguably, a vast majority of people are going to be using VTTs to use this. Fine, they're not too complicated. It's a pretty standard game. You gotta remember, though, that this is... you're going to be moving around on a board, and it's not like, I'm going to move 5 spaces. I'm going to move 5 inches. It's open movement. You're going to be moving a little bit more wonky. If you're used to grids and things like that, this isn't a grid game. You gotta remember that. Now, interestingly enough, this is a D20 roll under game. So yes, anytime you're going to take this and you're going to roll under. Anytime you're going to be making a check, you're going to check your attributes, you're going to take your D20 and you're going to roll it. If you get under your attribute, you succeed. Pretty simple. Any bonuses or penalties you get are going to go from that roll. So let's say, for example, I rolled a 4. If I have a +2, technically, if I have a +2, I have rolled a 6. If I have a -2, though, I rolled a 2. All it does is affect this. Now, one of the big things, though, is the idea of blessings and curses. These allow you to give you a more randomized modifier. So, for example, I have my D20. If I have a blessing, I'm going to roll my D6 as well. I rolled a 10. 10 on my D20. How perfect. And I have a blessing, I technically rolled a 7, because I rolled a 3 on my D6. If I have a curse, I rolled a 13. In multiple blessings and curses, generally speaking, though, it's just D20 roll under. Now, obviously, I needed to get the best of the best in. I needed to get the most elite men available. Unfortunately for everyone involved, I just had these morons to work with. Say hello to Henry Tudor, Slow Manaleti, Doc Dirty Bees, and Dense Vacuum, otherwise known as Mike. Our brave heroes to save Terra from, I guess, atheists. Now, characters are pretty simple to make. You know, you have your basic stats and everything. They are health, weapon skill, ballistic skill, dexterity, toughness, will, intellect, perception, and leadership. Hey, you've ever played a 40k RPG before? You probably already know what the fuck these mean. These are pretty simple to understand. You kind of see here, none of them are too complicated, and you don't need to... A vast majority of these, you don't need to roll too complicated, if that makes sense. Like, you are allowed to roll things a little bit more consistently. You know, movement speed, you have your basic HP, your basic armor. Armor acts as like over HP. Like, very few things are going to increase your HP, but so, for example here, Henry has 13 HP technically. He has, because of health, his health rating is 13. However, his Enforcer gear has 6 AP, so he can take 6 damage on his armor, then he's going to start taking HP damage. Oof, owie. Then you get people like Dense here, who rolled a 3 for his fucking health, and has 3 HP, and he doesn't have any armor because I thought it would be funny. So he can get shot by literally anything and start dying. You can't actually carry that much equipment, only half as much as your toughness stat. So you kind of see here the TN here. Most of the time, if you have about an average of about 10, you're going to be able to carry about 5 items. Obviously, Doc and Slough have a pretty high toughness rating, so they're allowed to carry a lot. However, Henry here, Mr. Tudor, fucked up and couldn't carry anything because he is a noodle boy and had to actually take away a bunch of things because he's kind of terrible. He rolled really badly, actually. But he is also one of the few people who can actually shoot people outside of dents. Not a great start over here already, but hey, we're doing it. This is one of those weird bits where the writing gets a bit fucky-wucky. Every single one of these next archetypes, pretty much these character classes, are going to have a requisition cost. Because you got to remember, this is a skirmish game. And everyone's going to have the requisition costs, and that's what you're going to have to pay. And it's like, okay, you have to pay 20 to get a character right off the bat. Like, okay, easy enough to understand. You're buying things for your warband, effectively. Based off a skirmish RPG. It's based off a skirmish game, of course. Each archetype has a requisition trait of 20. Increase all your stats in archetype by 1, costs you an additional 10 requisition points. You want to recruit a character with 3 extra levels, it'll cost you a total of 50 requisition points. Okay, easy enough to understand. However, next to everyone's equipment, you also have a different number of rec points that they can spend on their equipment, but these aren't your requisition points for your equipment. They aren't that, but they are that. So if you want a character that comes with their own equipment, they only spend half of their requisition points to get that character. So 10 for raising stats if you want, and all of the requisition points, you're getting their equipment at half price. For example, if you want to get an Apprentice Enforcer with all its equipment, and you want to boost his stats by 1, it's going to cost you 50. Okay. A little bit weird here. I'm going to give you a secret, however. Secret that they don't tell you for some unholy fucking reason. That if we select you, I'm like, okay, like that, you notice they don't actually tell you. If we go all the way down to the campaign section, let me try to find the campaign section. We go to the campaign section. Once the jurisdiction has been laid out, it's time to assemble the Enforcer's team of agents. Your starting agents, the Enforcer's team gets 40 requisition points per player. Buy an initial archetype for each player with their full suite of equipment, plus a little extra spending money. I have no fucking clue why the fuck they put this down here, but then do constant things to tell you, well, it's going to cost you a 50 requisition to do, it's going to cost you a 50 requisition to do this, it's going to cost you a 50 to do this, 50 to do that, 50 to do this. I have no fucking idea. And it's like, the way that it's worded is very awkward in some cases. And this might be right, this might be wrong. Effectively, what I'm saying here is this is the basic set of enforcer, quote unquote, archetypes. We'll say the apprentice, for example. It's going to cost you 20. If I open up my there. Effectively, it's going to cost you 20 requisition to effectively get a character. Then, by virtue of buying the archetype, effectively, by virtue of buying the archetype, you're going to have 40, quote, 40 points, or, whatever amount of 40 points worth of equipment. This does not factor in toward your initial requisition cost. It does not factor into your initial requisition cost, I think. I do not know, though. That's like one of those things where it's a little bit confusing. Like because if you buy this right out, and then you can start upgrading your character if you want, or buy new equipment. Because the way that it's worded is, if I want to make a 50 requisition archetype, I want to make 50 requisition enforcer. Let's say actually apprentice. Pretty much, I'm going to roll my stats as normal. I'm going to get +1 to all my stats, and then I'm going to get all the equipment at half cost. That's 50, because you see the equipment is, you kind of see down there, the equipment is worth 40. I get all the equipment at half cost, but I have to pick that equipment. But they also don't tell you that you get natural perks as well. Makes no fucking sense. Like, what do perks? You don't learn about fucking perks, or even like how many perks you get, until much later. And it doesn't really mean anything, and the way that it's worded is very strange, because you're like, oh, this is requisition. This is not requisition, though. You just get 2, but you also get 40. Effectively, what I think it's trying to say, what I think it's actually trying to say is, you get 20 requisition to get a character. Then you pretty much have then 20 requisition to spend. Just outright, that's how much you get to spend. You have the option of pretty much paying half cost on your basic equipment to get more shit. You pretty much get all of this right off the bat. It's just cheaper, and that's the number of perks you get. You don't need to be a natural leader. You don't need to be pre-planned for this. You just have the option of being that. Do they ever explain that well? No, they do not. They do not explain that very well. And it's a little bit frustrating at points. But every single one of these archetypes is going to actually have a preset plan of stats, as well as a randomized set of stats. Pretty much, you can select to have your kind of the dead average, or you can be a real human being and roll the fucking dice. Because mama don't raise no bitch, I rolled for every single stat. I came off pretty average. Mr. Tudor actually came off very average. A little bit lacking in certain areas, but he also has 17 leadership, which is very high and very good, but he's supposed to be a leader. He didn't really change all that much. But there's actually quite a few. So there's 3 up here. 3 over here. I did choose a doctor. Doctors get a pretty good stat lineup. I did roll amazingly well on my doctor. So good job, Doc. You're really fucking good at doing your job of just being a nightmare creature. A lot of perks, a lot of abilities and stuff. And you technically play Psi operatives, and they get special powers effectively. Also, okay, we're Stormforge, my brother in Christ, please fucking God, learn to place your things correctly. You the way that you are. This is something you're gonna notice. I'm not gonna bring it up outside. Yeah, layout is my passion. I'm not gonna bring it up once, but if an astute observer will notice, hey, wait a second. These are all very consistent in some respects. Sometimes layout gets a little bit fucky-wucky, because these are his psionic powers over here. Why that's the case, I have no idea. Here's the Faithful. The Fanatics is the funniest, because this is their starting equipment. A flamethrower and effectively 5 incendiary grenades. Awesome. Yeah, you kind of see, some have a lot more toys than other. Warriors. I didn't choose any warriors. I didn't choose any outcasts, but there's quite a few different ones that you can fuck around with the law. So let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I believe there is 21. Yeah, there'd be 21 different ones, including the most amusing, the Unfortunates. Now, the Unfortunates are funny because they just roll fucking d20s for everything. And if you're a mutant, you just roll a d20 for all your stats. If you aren't a baby back bitch, I roll d20 for all of my stats. Hence why Mr. Vacuum technically has a health rating of 3 and a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 19 and 20. He physically can barely fail a ballistic skill check unless he has a lot of problems with it, and even then, he has over a 50% chance of succeeding it. Yep, weapon skill and ballistic skill. God, this is where I'm a fancy roleplay. Yeah, it's based off of, you gotta remember, this is based off Inquisitor. The original, one of the probably the original 40k skirmish art game, which Inquisitor would later inform Dark Heresy quite a bit. In fact, Dark Heresy does not exist, mind you. Warhammer 40, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and in turn, kind of Dark Heresy does not exist without Inquisitor, and it's. The Offsetter 2s make me want to commit violence. Good, that's the point. But yeah, that's kind of the one thing you gotta kind of understand. It's a weird it's a combination of both, and this is effectively just Inquisitor. If that idea says, hey, that's cool, you're gonna like it. Can you play this game as an Inquisitor game? Oh, hell yeah. You totally can. Actually, no, there'd be 24 classes, technically, because you can play a possessed entity. 25, actually, because I forgot about the average Joe. Yes, you can play just a regular fucking dude. You want to play a regular dude? You can play just a regular guy. Yep, that's generally speaking, it's not difficult to make a character outside when you kind of first get the impression of what you're supposed to do. If somebody sits you down and being like, this is what you have to do, you gotta listen to me. If you want to make a combat medic, for example, if you just want to make a combat medic, you roll all your stats, or you select your stats, you say, okay, I'm going to spend 20 to get that, and then I can spend half my requisition here, half my requisition, I can spend 15 requisition, get all these, and I have 5. I can choose 3 perks of my choice. That's it. You're done. You never got to think about it again. Some of them are a little bit easier than others, because you got to remember, you always have to round down, so you might end up with a few points of requisition that are a little bit wonky and around. Especially if you are playing among the Unfortunates. The Penitent might end up with do not roll with the Penitent. There's a good chance you're going to end up with really garbo stats, because you always must have a 1. Even though, fun fact, everybody, the Penitent here does not actually function. His average stats are illegal, because he has a d20 minus 6, and he has a 17 as an average in it. Garbage game, 0 out of 10, would not bang. Why would I play a regular guy when I can have 20 flame grenades and a flamethrower? Yeah, why would I want to play a regular guy? Joe Citizens, you're playing these guys if you just want an average roll of things without any bullshit going around, because a vast majority of them, if you go over here, for example, they have a very controlled spread. You are likely enough to roll a 3 in everything just as much as you are to roll an 18. Hence why they are perfectly average. That's why you play a regular dude. You want to play average man. Now, vast majority of the thing is a popcorn initiative system. What do why D20 when you do D10 like God intended? No, D20 because it's funnier that way. Because you can roll a 1 just as much as you can roll a 20. Now, interestingly to note here is that this is when we're using popcorn initiative. Now, for those who don't know what popcorn initiative is, it is effectively I go, you go. Which is to say, I go, and then you go. And then I go, and then you go. I go, you go, I go, you. It's kind of this back and forth. Now, I usually say there's 3 kinds of popcorn initiative. There is player-only popcorn initiative, which is you go first, they select among themselves who goes next, and it's pretty much like I go, you go, you go, you go, and then that's kind of what goes, and then it passes to the next players and they can go pretty much in any order. There is a ping pong popcorn, which is I go, enemy goes, I go, enemy goes, I go, enemy goes, I go, enemy goes. Kind of like we're ping-ponging the forces back a little bit. There is also this method, which does it a little bit more open, which is I can choose to go, and then I get to choose who goes next. I choose I want to, if I'm going, I can choose my friend's going to go next. But he then selects, I want that cultist to go next. But then he selects, oh, I want my boss to go next. It's a little bit more open. I usually don't much care for the open method, but I understand for like war games why it's pretty decent. Yeah, players as he decide what then he keeps going with each NPC design who gets next turn. Pretty much you're always gonna have 2 actions. But you'll always have 2 actions barred like extreme circumstances, but it'll always be 2 most of the time. Drawing and holstering weapons, fighting objects, shooting objects, moving, jumping, listening, aiming, reloading, overwatch, suppressive fire. Pretty standard stuff most of the time. Pretty much this the basic idea though is that you're going to take whatever you have and you're going to try to roll under it with a d20, and that's what's going to be be the thing to hit you or miss you. So, for example, Henry wants to shoot somebody. There's no problems, no benefits. He's going to take his d20. He's going to roll. He rolled a 5. He's rolled under his ballistic score. He has hit you with his laser. He spends the 1 ammo, and he gets to do other things if he wants. You kind of see here. This is what happens. He deals 6 damage to you. He goes bink, and you're dead. Now, technically, you can do things like I want to hit 2. Like, I want to hit 2. I want to hit 2 people. Bang, bang. I want to hit, I want to shoot you twice. Just as much as you can say aim and then shoot, or reload, shoot, overwatch, which is just like, okay, the first enemy that kind of goes into, I'm going to shoot someone, whoever goes. Technically, Overwatch autism is possible, which is maybe not the best idea. Or you might say, hey, I want to hunker down. Taking a curse, which is pretty bad. Or, hey, I want to sit down. One of the big things is the idea of your crit range. Anytime you roll and you manage to roll a 2 or less starting off. Now, later on, characters may be able to actually increase their crit range quite a bit. If you were to roll under 2, but to begin with, you're going to crit. You're going to double the effect. You heal twice as much, you deal twice as much damage, etc., etc., etc. Imagine wanting to roll d10s, little worse design dice. That's the least fun to roll. Make a game that uses 100 d10 just to spite you. Sorry everyone, this is my 100 d10 RPG. See, d10s are such an odd dice. I do like d10s. Because d10s are nice. They have a nice range. 10 is a lovely number. 10 is the best number. Yeah, it's something so easy, so simple, it's so great. But rolling these fuckers are the worst in the world. I mean, I could bring out my D30 if you want. Like, I would say D10s are the second most common. The second, I like out of the I would say out of all the dice, out there. You know, like of our traditional assortment, let's just say. The D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, D20. I would say D6 is the most common by far. D6 is, you can find a D6. Not only can you find a D6 anywhere, there's a lot of games that use D6, and for good reason. They're the most plentiful dice in existence. Easy to make too. D20 is up there just because there's so many D20 games and that dragon game. Then you start getting a little, like, I would say D10 is number 3, like pretty consistently. Those are the 3 big ones. D6, D10, D20. D4s you don't really see very often in the slightest. You don't see D4s used for many things outside of like caltrops or like very specific D4. There is never a system which a D4 is like the core thing unless that's the gimmick, i.e. caltrop core or something like that. The gimmick is we're rolling D4s, and it's very clearly signaled as the gimmick. D8s are always weird because it's such an awkward number. Like, it's like, why would you roll a D8 when you can in fact roll a D6 or a D10? And D12s are awful. Like, I love D12s. Here's the thing, I really love D12s, but they're just really weird, and it's such an odd number. So yeah, there's my comprehensive dice review. It's such the D12 is such a nice die, it's just such an awkward number, and it's always like you gotta crowbar it in there. But yeah, generally speaking, D20 roll under, very simple, and most everything you're doing is 2 actions, that's it. Medical treatment's a little bit weird. They don't really dictate of like what you need to do. Because technically, under this wording, what you need to do is you need to make a health check that you're making, not them. That's the idea, that you need to make a health check. They don't need to make a health check. Even though I think it's the idea that, your ally needs to make a health check to actually, get their health back. I think that's what it's trying to do, but they don't do that for some unholy reason, and it makes it sound more like, oh, hey, Doc is trying to heal, slow. I need to make my health check. I rolled a crit, go me. So under my 14 to heal somebody who's bleeding. It's a little bit funky in that regard. Yeah, it's like, wait a sec. Like, wait a second. That's not quite right. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, you also get things like you can fix armor, you can communicate, you can interact with other characters. It's a very simple way. The praying is a little bit funky, because you can pray and God will literally give you shit. Like, hey, if the target may roll a health check, if successful, the target heals 1 HP. Increase the target's critical chance by 2 by doing this. Intercession, may reroll 1 failed check per round. Last rites, it's commended to heaven, only applicable to dying characters. Yeah. Yeah, generally speaking, most combat boils down to just managing these. Like, are they in short range? Are you aiming? Are you higher elevation? Are you burst shooting? Are you firing on full auto to completely, murk your ammo? But you're going to be rolling a shit ton more dice. And that's usually the best way to do things. You want to aim properly. You want to take some shots. If you go full auto, you're pretty much completely destroying your ammunition. But some of these are fine to actually destroy your ammunition because it's a lot easier to get your ammo back. Usually you just have to reload. And it's like, cool, I've gotten my ammo back. I've gotten my stuff back. If you have the correct weapons anyway. It's a pretty easy idea. You want to be in, there's only 2 kind of cover, half cover, full cover, elevation same way, burst auto shot, just how much ammo you're spending effectively. Melee combat's the exact same. You just want to get more blessings than them, try to roll, If you beat them, cool. There isn't like a defense check really, except for melee. Like for a gunman, you can't really like try to move or whatever. You can't like try to like parry a gunshot or anything like that. You can attempt to block and things like that, but there's a good chance that you're going to be taking curses, and you're going to be taking pretty big penalties. If you were fighting an opponent who is just better than you, you're gonna like it's not even worth it. It's like you're gonna get shit fucked up. Yeah, counterattacking, you can also counterattack pretty reliably. Melee is probably the least reliable when it comes to actual combat. Unfortunately, I rolled very well in my melee skills, so fuck me, I guess. So ironically enough, people like Dents are actually really good in melee because he's going to give everybody a significant penalty to legitimately everything. Yeah, you'll take a penalty to your weapon skill equals a fifth of the opponent's weapon skill stat. So let me see. 1/5. I'm going to be taking a -3 effectively. They're going to be taking a negative. They'd be taking a +3 to all of their checks against Dents trying to fight him. While there'll be only a +2 against like Slough, just because they have a fucking 5th, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it's pretty simple. HP, it's exactly what you think HP is like. You're gonna take damage. You're gonna go to your armor first, then it's gonna hit your body pretty much. You will need to you might get injuries if you're dying or you're injured a lot. Like you just need to, you need to get some things here. If you ever do get critically injured, that means you enter the dying status. You're gonna lose something, which is pretty fucking bad. You don't want to do that. Yeah, and his rolls either character fails toughness check in regard to injuries and rolls either a 1 or I say 1 through 20. I'm assuming this isn't legitimately 1 through 20. I think it's 1 or 20. His mental health damaged armor takes time to repair. You can take statuses. Fear is probably the most consistent one, because it's a little bit random of when fear actually crops up. There's some that you're a little bit more consistent, but it's like, yeah, you want to flight, you want to actually fight, you freeze, like you just fucking get spooky, you get spooked. Poisoned, disoriented, burning. Generally speaking, any of these, what's going to happen is like you're going to have a bad time. It's like, I'm poisoned, I've lost something. I'm on fire, I've lost something. Like, I'm having a bad time. Being pinned means you're going to get automatically shot if you try to fucking move like a moron. I'm being unconscious, not good at dying, you're dead. Yeah, environment. Generally speaking, this is pretty standard stuff when it comes to skirmish games. You have a 180-degree view of everything in front of you. You can technically scout ahead to kind of learn about things in the environment, but nothing too exciting here. This is where armor really comes in. As you can kind of see here, there is actually quite a bit of armor to kind of play around with for what this game is going for. Hey, you want to take a spider suit, you can do that. Hey, you want to take some Psy skin? Cool. You want to take some riot gear? Go for it. None of my guys really took anything too exciting armor-wise. We got some Enforcer gear. Dents could not actually have any equipment because he has 5 fucking toughness, and he couldn't carry anything. He has a big fucking gun, and he has a magazine for that gun. He's got nothing else. He cannot afford anything else. So I was the only one with something pretty active, and that's just because he has a hero exosuit, because he is just supposed to run up and bash people's skull in, because he's a big, scary motherfucker. And that's his entire thing. He's supposed to be a very scary person, and he's got a fist-punching weapon. Not not like a massive amount of ranged weapons to fuck around with, but you actually have quite a few things to kind of play around with and actually have some actual, thinking about things pretty easily. These are the amount of range they are from from other people, so you can actually have maps go pretty long. And if you even have like a decent gun, you're able to shoot people from just about anywhere on the map if you can see them. You also end up with things such as flamethrower and plasma thrower, which, fun fact, everybody, those just hit people if they're within range because it's a fucking flamethrower. Yeah, no, it's no damage rated there. They shoot missiles and grenades. Pretty simple stuff here. Stun is not like super broken, luckily. All stun really does is that if you hit somebody with stun, they're going to lose one of their actions next turn. So it's only really, actually not next turn, but like, it's only really applicable if you are acting first to really knock out the amount of actions they have. Instead of someone taking 2 actions, they can only take 1, which is pretty good. You can kind of see here, you have kind of blast zone, like some of these things can be pretty fucking big and some of them can be pretty small. Both hands, 2-handed AoE, bleeding, all these different things. I do like the fact that there's actually quite a, there's toys to play with. Not a lot of toys, obviously, but toys. And I think that's kind of like one of the more important things in games like this. You have enough stuff to fuck around with and have some fun with it. Plenty of stuff here. I would say, I wish there was a little bit more comprehensive thing when it came to weight. Because it's like, oh, I have a magazine, and that takes up the exact same amount of space as this laser machine gun I have. Same amount of space between these two. Or, hey, I'm carrying 3 medkits and a toolkit, a blight sword and enforcer gear. That's fine because it's within my 7, and that's just fine. And this is reasonable to assume this. It's a little bit funky in that regard. I wish that we had a little bit more to play around with. You can get things like, augments, and you kind of turn your augments are kind of interesting because you can technically turn your HP into AP because you're digitizing your body. You're pretty much getting stronger in that regard. EMP weapons hit you, then you'll be stunned for 1 action. Yeah, you also end up things with like, eel skin. You end up with EL assistant, fortified joints. There's a couple things to actually kind of fuck around with when it comes to augments. So it's like, kind of cool. You auto resist things. Holy shit. Yeah. They only take 10 requisition to actually get. So if you want to make a melee nightmare creature, go for something like, if you want to make something really scary, like right off the bat, I would say probably taking something more like Nano Marrow would be pretty good because you just heal yourself mid fight, or just subdermal armor allowing you to take more hits. It's just like, I want to take more damage. You can. Hey, I want to be, hey, I want to do recoil compensator. Cool, you can do. I can do that. Hey, I have a reflex net. I can do that. You can't have 2 skeleton things, though, or 2 chest things, or 2 brain things, though. You can only take 1. 1 in each location. Now, psi powers are pretty much the same thing. And except if you do well, if you crit on attack, you're gonna take feedback. And there's a couple things of feedback, and these are well, let's be honest with ourselves here. These are effectively just taken from these are perils of the warp. So let's see. I rolled a 49 psionic shock. 2d6 damage, gain disoriented. Things can go very, very terrible. Visions of hell, pits and despair. He's stunned for 2 actions. Upside down world. Physics does not exist in hell. Doesn't exist here. For the next 2 rounds, all characters can fly at their normal speed. There is no fall damage and no maximum range for firearms. When in doubt, grab them and kick them upwards because they're gonna fall down pretty soon. Yeah, it's generally speaking, most people are going to get the basic psi powers, as well as a few pieces of the more advanced ones. These allow people to really make things kind of your own. Technically, you can play, this is the one thing, is technically you can play this game as a standard skirmish game, effectively. Would I recommend it? It kind of depends on what you want out of this. And what you're going to be doing, though, is minions are going to be treated as very standardized, very basic things. They don't have all the toys that you do, but it's like, hey, we have, I'm going to be playing an assassin and I have a bunch of gangsters on me, or I'm going to play a cop and I've got a bunch of beat cops with me. So it's pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exact, nothing too that, like, you get like Enforcer Entourage, Highwaymen, Excommunicated, Lab Techs, Flocks. So it's like, yeah, you can technically kind of get people together and kind of play around with a little bit here. XP, you're going to be spending XP to get things. Once you get 5 XP, choose a stat, increase it by 1. Increase critical chance by 1, gain a perk. Most of the time, you can get one of the above, nothing more. Yeah, pretty much minions get a lot of things a lot cheaper. Training is pretty simple. You're going to get perks pretty consistently. If you want to go down that angle, I would recommend more pumping up stats up. Like, if I were to get some levels on these guys, like, Pro will most likely increase his toughness up by 1 so he can carry more gear. Slough is probably going to want to keep pumping his weapon score up unless I get something to allow him to kind of toughen out a little bit. Doc will pick more perks because he doesn't really need his stats to get any better. While Dents, on the other hand, is going to need to pump up his health. Like, he just needs more health. Like, God, he needs a lot more health. Yeah, pretty simple stuff here. You're going to get requisition points at the end of every mission by completing your job. If you complete your job, cool, you've done it. You've done it. Ooh, there we go. And once you're getting paid in these requisition points, you can buy new gear, you can recruit new characters for your stable, if that's the best way to kind of think about it. You can carry on with the same characters the entire telephone. You can carry on with the same characters the entire time. What I would probably do is allow people to actually have a stable of characters that they can, like, hey, my guy died, I can now bring on another character. That's how I would do it, pretty much. Make things a little bit easier for everyone involved. You can bring in bounties if you do actually take them down. I do like that. That's kind of nice. Basic perk lists. Campaign is actually kind of interesting. I do like the idea of the campaign. Because if we go down, they don't do a very good job of explaining it over here, but it's, there we go. Pretty much, you're going to have the idea of this rebellion and this crisis. Slowly and steadily, the crisis is building, the rebellion is building, you're building up treachery in addition location. Every single location is going to have different amount of stuff located in it, and you're going to actually have to make a decision as the group of, like, which missions are you going to be taking? Which ones don't you take? What if you do take a mission? What do you sacrifice elsewhere? And there's going to become a point where you're going to be losing more than you're possibly gaining. And this isn't even dealing with things like, hey, we have a home base that we need to take in. Like, we need to kill the rebellion, but the rebellion is not. That's also not a good thing to do because we're losing stuff. It is actually very likely that you're going to fail, and that's what they kind of talk about. Is like, you're not really supposed to win necessarily. It's fighting till you lose, or until you beat the crisis. There's a win state, but there's also a complete fail state. So it's kind of a back and forth on it. And, choosing difficulty setting for the campaign, roll appropriate number of d6s to find a level of treachery levels that the GM will split between the 10 location. Yeah, it's like you get things like, hey, we want rookie difficulty on this map. It's like, oh, yeah, it's a little gamey in that regard. Custodians are pretty much our agents that are here that allow you to help, pretty much agents in a location that are not necessarily tied to you, the enforcer themselves, but are in fact kind of in the location themselves. Like, hey, they've got beat cops showing up. Hey, everybody, they've got propaganda. Hey, they can show up if they show up and they can get an information network going up and going. And they have a bunch of just stuff to kind of play around with. You can upgrade your home base, which is like, hey, you have infirmaries, you have expanded your armories, you have a better cybernetic lab, you have a fucking chapel. Like, you can you can really play around with this to really make things nice. And I like it. I think it's fine. Hey, I think it's fine. These are just some basic sample scenarios that you can kind of play around with. They kind of do some, kind of help you visualize some ideas of like how to set things up. And for better or for worse, the GM can set things up. Some basic printouts for things. This is technically your character sheet right here. Armory, range weapons, the Enforcer's Log, and Remembrance, campaigns. Can you play this as like me versus you? Yeah, you can play this as kind of like a me versus you thing. Can you play it as a strict like RPG though? Can you play this as a role-playing game? Maybe. You may be able to play this as kind of like its own RPG, but here's the secret with Enforcer. This is very much a skirmish RPG first. This is a skirmish game that has RPG elements rather than an RPG game with skirmish game elements. And that's kind of important to make that's an important distinction going through this. If you want it to play Enforcer as a cool new RPG, you can play with the whole family. You'll play it's a skirmish game. Like if you want to get people who play just war games or just skirmish games, you want to get them like more into the RPG sense, then maybe it'll work. Maybe. Can you play 40k mode and just refluff everything to 40k stuff? Yeah. You totally can, and nothing's gonna stop you from doing it. Which let's be perfectly frank here, everybody. You're not buying this for the exciting lore of Enforcer, exactly. But yeah, that's Enforcer. I like some of the ideas here. The one problem I would say with Enforcer that kind of like presides over it a little bit is that it can't quite decide if it wants to be an RPG or not, and it sometimes tells you things way later down the line where it's like, oh, you only have 40 requisition, but then it tells you different things earlier. It's like, oh, well, technically you don't have that. Technically, all these things previously are different. They're their own thing. You don't have to think about it. It's a little bit confusing in that regard of like when you are trying to make an honest to God character. The game is telling you one thing, the book's telling you another, and then you kind of you read later on and it's something completely different. It's a little bit funky in that regard. I wish there was a little bit more clarity. I think that's like the main issue with Enforcer, is that it's not clear in some regards, for better or for worse. Yeah, that is Enforcer. Now, the final game we're gonna go over today, a little bit weird. A little bit weird on this one. Woohoo, hee hee, woohoo. I don't mean this is like, this game is bad. Because I genuinely can tell you that I don't know how to feel about this game. Like, I can genuinely tell you I have no idea how I properly feel about Zafir. Zafir, a tactical role-playing game. And this was kind of the precipice of how this case kind of came to be. A tactical role-playing game. Where's that word? Tactical. What does tactical mean? Mean, you know, strategic? Does it mean like there's some like big exciting moves or whatever? I don't know. But this game really kind of said, okay, what's the big deal? This game is 442 pages long. You kind of even see my name down there. Interestingly enough, though, if we hit this my magic button here, Zafir. We go to Zafir, the tactical role-playing game. It actually has. Also, I find that hilarious that they have the fucking. Why is that a thing? Interestingly enough, they have a website. Here's the downloads. You want to buy the basic rules for characters up to level 5. They had a Kickstarter for this. Now, I usually like to preface these, you know, some of these things being like, oh, okay, you know, here's a Kickstarter. This is a pretty big deal. They got their funding by $140. $140. Now, is that $140 like right off the bat? It's kind of hard to tell because you get things like if you go to the comments here, there is this person canceled their pledge 2 years ago. Any further update? It seemed there was some update issue. From what I was being able to gather, somebody fucked up. Like somebody fucked up pretty hardcore and didn't actually put in it correctly. And they were charging $0 for shipping. Kind of like what happened with Scribble, ironically enough. $0 for shipping, and suddenly it was like things were getting a little bit weird because they weren't calculating VAT for Europe, and it was just a mess. But yeah, $140 over, but you gotta remember, 5 people backed $500 on this. Custom heroes, custom art for your character or monster, hero of Zafir, would you recreate your D&D character as a villain? You know, it's like, you get a bunch of stickers, you get a PDF, you get the special edition hardcover, Dramatis Personae, the beta test access. And there were quite a few of these different tiers going throughout, and it did well. Doesn't have, you know, games we love or anything on there. It barely succeeded, but it was there. Kind of see Meet the Iconics. They had plans. Interesting, like that's the interesting thing. They had plans. More artwork. We will see what they mean by more artwork. A bonus expansion, free adventures, even more art, more magic, offset printing, more missions and enemies. And we will see slowly that that's a little bit wonky. Now, Zafir is headed by lead designer Randy Knapp, 10-year video game veteran. And trying in indie TRPG space for the first time, the narrative design team is comprised of Paul Dean and Matthew Medina. You know, okay. So this is Randy Knapp. Now, you see here that's a little bit interesting. Apex Legends, Subnautica mods, Valheim mods. Interestingly enough, I looked a little bit into Randy Knapp. Randy is, well, you go to randyknapp.com. He works for Respawn, actually. He is a dev over at Respawn and in turn Apex Legends. Plants vs. Zombies 3, Plants vs. Zombies 2, Bejeweled Stars, Bat Princess Adventures, Halo 5 Guardians, Guild Wars 2, Toy Soldiers Cold War. But he's also done a lot of mods for Subnautica, Caves of Cud, Caves of Cock, and Valheim. Zafir was his role-playing. This was his first foray into it. Didn't do too hot though. Again, it was barely a success. But this is the man himself. This is Randy. Hello, Randy. Hello, Randy. This is Randy Knapp. Now, I want you to put this image in your head. I want you to mentally put this image in your mind space right now, okay? It's in there? Cool. Because this is Paul Dean. This is one of the head story writers, story team. Now that name looks, and that face and that name looks familiar. Interestingly enough, actually, he is actually one of the Shut Up and Sit Down founders. Yes, this guy is one of the people who founded Shut Up and Sit Down, which is, probably one of the bigger tabletop games. Kind of see here, this is the current crew. This is one of the tabletop game, board game stuff people they're primarily based out of the UK, but they have a lot of influence in Canada. I don't know if Paul still technically works for them or not. Paul isn't on the show anymore. I think he writes, but he doesn't I don't think he's part of them anymore. I think that's kind of it. I think it's kind of like a little bit odd. But yeah, no, let's see. Does he have anything? It looks like Paul streams. But yeah, I don't know if he's actually let's see. Does he have a LinkedIn page or something? My Tumblr, my Ko-fi, my work, A Year to Stardew Valley, my work on poverty, on immigration, on Americana. Yeah, this is Paul. we all gotta accept Paul. Again, I don't believe he works for SUSD anymore. At least I don't think he does. Kind of weird if he did. This is Matthew Medina. Let's look. Maybe we can find Matthew Medina. Is Matthew Medina TTRPG? Has he moved to Hive? Guild Wars wiki. Guild Wars. Interesting. From the Barefoot Matthew. That's Matthew Medina. That's Matthew Medina, everybody. That's Randy Knapp. That's Paul. These were the three guys heading up everything. If you're seeing Booba and that, I'm more impressed than anything. But, this is one of those... How do I want to word this properly? How do I want to word this nicely? I want you to know that right off the bat, they were basing this a lot off the idea of inclusivity. I want you to remember this going into this very quickly. It's an idea of inclusivity. Inclusivity was a big idea with good old with Zafir. Yeah, an innovative tactical cover shooter combat and unique responsibility skill system. Inclusive role-playing. Everyone should see themselves in the games they play. Zafir specifically includes non-binary and trans characters, as well as characters with diverse skin tones, disabilities, and sexualities. No matter who you are, Zafir is the game for you. Beautiful, non-Eurocentric setting. Paul Dean. Randy Knapp. Matthew Medina. I want you, me, and everybody else to understand this. I'm not saying white guys can't write this shit. I'm not saying that. I'm gonna say, but this is the thing, though. It gets weird. Everything here is kind of immediately prefaced by the fact that this is Randy Knapp doing this. This is Paul D. Like, it's the whitest people physically imaginable talking about all this. I want you to remember that. These are the main people. I got another notification. But these are the people working on this. Randy has worked on Apex Legends. He's a video game guy. Paul Medina has worked on, you're gonna guess it, video games. All of them worked on Guild Wars 2. Those two worked on Guild Wars 2. Paul Dean, on the other hand, is a little bit weird because he's like a journalist now, but he worked on a lot of board games for a very long time. That's what he worked on. Paul was a board game guy. I want you to remember that, though. I want you to remember this line right here. Innovative, tactical, cover shooter combat. Cover shooter combat. Okay, we're all in this together now. Okay, we're good, right? Can I find anything else on Zafir? No, I joined their Discord. Nobody's on there. It's not active. Like, nobody is on there. And it's like, of course. I understand, says the man. Interesting thing about Zafir, though. We kind of go here. If we go to drive-through, Zafir is technically free. You can get this game right now. And you can play it if you want right now. This is free, mind you, completely free. Has Randy done anything else for this? Let's check. Let's play a game, everyone. Do we have any? Nope, Zafir has nothing else. I think this came out, and I think he kind of dumped it because he probably didn't give a shit. It exists. It's out there. You want to play it, you can. I believe there is. Yeah, you can play it on itch if you want. Same thing. You can download it. Yeah. Thank you for making this available to all of us, Zafir Game Team. Yeah, this is completely free. I don't know what happened here. I don't know why it's free. This was released 2020. If I were to be conservative, I think Randy realized that he released a game that not a lot of people played, so he may as well get it in the hands of as many people as possible without having to do anything else. So we just made it free. So Zafir's out there. You can play it. There isn't really anything else, though. Like, that's a very important idea behind this. There is very little else about this particular game. Like, there isn't really, like, is there anything else really here? Is there, like, anything bigger? No. Like, people are talking about it. Like, that's the weird thing. They're talking about things, but also not. It's mostly he's just shit posting about politics. But this is actually artwork from Zafir. So, I mean, clearly he gives a shit about it. Like, that's the thing. He gives a shit about it. But. Zafir. Let's talk about Zafir. July 12th, 2019. Digital PDF 2020. So this came out about 3 years ago now. But this is one of those odd things where you kind of are looking through here. It's like, created by Randy Knapp, writing Randy Knapp and Paul Dean, additional writing. Matthew Medina got, like, demoted down to additional writing. And it's like, my thing is this. It's really hard to understand who's doing what. What does additional writing mean? Does that mean you wrote a paragraph? Does that mean you wrote 4 chapters? It's hard to see. But we know for 2 things for a fact. We know that it's created by Randy Knapp. We know that writing credits are given to Randy Knapp and Paul Dean. Those two are the main writers. I don't know, like Jerron R.M. Johnson, Jonathan Prayshaw, Sean Von Dam. I don't know if those guys have a lot going off. I don't know. But everything here has to be prefaced off that. Understand that. A lot of people are here. That's kind of the interesting thing. There's actually quite a few people that were involved in one way or another. Like I got a lot of proofreading, disability consultations, graphic design consultations, graphic design just by another guy, logo by another guy. And this game is, as I said before, 442 pages, but I'm going to give you a secret. It's not really 442 pages. The actual main game is only about 185, and even that's not really 185. About a good 100 of these pages are dedicated exclusively to the lore, and this is all a bunch of like just back end like information and then appendices. Like, it's not 442 pages. That's one thing you got to kind of understand going into this. Now, let's talk about the lore a little bit, just so we are all on the same page, because the game holds the lore in contempt. I will say that. They do not give a fuck. They do not give a shit about the lore. I wonder if I can find like a good image. Do we've got a good image about the lore? Okay. So, from what I've been able to piece together about the lore, because I didn't fucking read it because I had no fucking clue. I didn't care. It's astounding that I didn't care about the lore as much. It is not the future. Technically, you are on an alien planet called Zafir. And on Zafir, it is a magitech world where technology and magic have come together to form a very uneasy alliance with one another. This is technically after, I believe it's called like the Blue War? That's what it's called. That's pretty much after this catastrophic war, which a bunch of subterranean nightmare creatures emerged from the ground, otherwise known as Blue Elves. They emerged from the ground, and a massive war took place, and we discovered guns. It is now roughly the 1930s, but it's pulp 1930s, meaning that you have auto rifles alongside giant airships. Everything is kind of interesting in that regard, and the people of Zafir now trying to find what their ideal future is, because you are playing a merry band of people on a boat. I can't really say anything else, though. You're people on a boat. You're not supposed to play bad guys necessarily, but it's like, be like a real pirate and don't steal. Like, we'll go over the races a bit, but like, they do talk about like the religions a lot, like all the gods. This is his super special OC, who's totally cool and everybody loves. Smiling Jack. We've got all the spiritual beings. We've got all these extensive amounts of religion and like kind of background information. And we're seeing the first hints of oh, so you ripped off this game without knowing. I did. I don't remember doing that. Oh no, I know. I got this game fully from drive-thru. I got it. I'm even fully on here, right here. This is my game. Zafiri Society. There's bad men who do bad things. Like, it's one of those things where I look at the lore, I'm like, wow, that's a lot of lore I don't give a fuck about. Like, I don't. Like, it's hard to give a shit about any of the lore, really. Yeah, here's the modern battle mech, because there's mechs. Of course there's mechs, there's flying planes. Yeah. Yeah, it's woohoo! Hee hoo! Yeah, lots of lore. Lore. Game. Lore. And a lot of this lore ain't necessarily, it's fine. Like, that's the good thing I can say about the lore. I'm like, fine, cool. Like, the there's simultaneously a lot of lore, but it's a lot of pointless lore. I'm going to tell you why it's pointless. So let's zoom all the way back up top. A lot of pointless lore. And I talk about this every now and again, being like, lore can usually go into... So after the stream, you're going to show us where to get these games then? Yeah. Well, you can just... I literally just showed you where you can get Zafir. You can literally just get Zafir for free. It's just a free game. For free. Yeah. You don't have to pay him. I mean, the others, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I mean, Brutal is free. This one's free. The only ones that I would give is technically DotDungeon you can get for free. And Enforcer, I am legally obligated to tell you to go buy it because I got it for free. I am legally obligated to tell you this. But yeah, generally speaking, you know, divine power, manifesting magic, all these general things. Welcome to Zafir. Now, this is one of those funny things like you open up with and you're like, oh. Yeah, Zafir is created for fans of hardcore strategy games, where tabletop role-playing industry is awash with heavy RP-focused game and hack-and-slash dungeon crawlers, but Zafir is meant for someone who wants to each turn to have more options, more choice, and more consequence. This game isn't meant for someone who just wants to tell a fun story. With a friend, there's so many other systems that do that much better. It's for the person who wants to play a challenging, cooperative strategy game, the core combat mechanics of their RPG. If you're not a strategy game nut, you might still enjoy Zafir. But it's primarily designed for people that want challenge. That is what we're opening up with, everybody, and that is what we're going to be working with this entire fucking time. I want you all to remember that. Now, this is one of those interesting moments that I actually have to... I actually have two characters here. They are both the same character. They're both Manly Al-Salman. However, both of them are very... it's kind of talking about it in a much broader context. Yeah. Yeah, Zafir kind of opens up as like, hey, this isn't meant for someone who just wants to tell a fun story with their friends. Not a good start, everybody. Not to me. I don't know about you. Yeah, it's, you know, what's this game about? Crew with a friends. Each mission is a tactical decision. Cooperate with your teammates. Accomplish your goals together. What do? You're pretty much going to be either doing a mission, otherwise known as shooting people, or going on an adventure. Those are the two things you're going to be doing. Now, interestingly thing to note is when it comes to inspirational works. I'm inspired to create this game in setting of Zafir because the following books and movies: Firefly Serenity, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Saving Private Ryan, Final Fantasy series, Final Fantasy Tactics, XCOM, Tales of the Ketty, Sabrio, Lyriel, and Abharasan, The Belgrand and the Malorian by David Eddings. Yeah, see... Do you see an issue here, everybody? Do you perhaps see a small omission here? You know, adventure is governed by far fewer rules, much more free. You see, this is a small omission. I see it. I see it, and it's the lack of anything tabletop game related. Like, I understand being inspired by something like Firefly Serenity or XCOM. I understand that. But why would you not speak of any other tabletop game? Like, this seems like a time being, like, even just slapping D&D 4th edition on there, or even, like, Strike. Like, oh, so it's like, okie dokie then. All right, let's all nod. So you want them to make a new tabletop game that's good telling stories for another tabletop game. Why not play the other game then? You're running into an issue that you're running into a very interesting interesting line of loops there, Noonie. And trust me, that's a factor in this. But it's kind of the idea of this inspirational work. He's not drawing upon tabletop games for this. You got to remember that right off the bat. This is not based off tabletop games. And we're going to see that going forward. Better or for worse. So, let's get to it. What's in this book? Campaign setting. I will say this right off the bat as well. He does reuse artwork constantly. He doesn't actually have that much artwork throughout the book. Artwork is kind of recycled constantly. So if you kind of start seeing the same piece of artwork, don't be like, oh wow, that's kind of weird. It happens. That's fine. Like it's a little bit. I kind of wish he would not use it as much. Maybe it's just me. Generally speaking, you need. This is a D6 game at its core. But the D6 gets a little bit complicated for a few different reasons. Mostly because a vast majority of the time you're going to be having, for combat anyway, technically three, but four. You're going to be having three different kinds of dice. You're going to have aim dice, you're going to have crit dice, and you're going to have the damage die. Those are all going to be separate, and you're supposed to roll them together. Generally speaking, though, you're probably just going to be rolling your crit and your aim dice together, and then you're going to be rolling your damage die afterward. Let's be honest with ourselves, that's just how it goes. Technically, you're supposed to use a dice as a counter, and actually count things down or count things up, depending on the circumstance. They kind of talk about that, but it's a D6 game at its core. You're going to be using no other dice. Here's a sheet for your game, a pencil, tokens, and miniatures. You cannot play this game theater of the mind. You're going to be playing it on a VTT, or you're going to be playing it on a grid. They assume you're going to be playing it on a grid on your table, your Battlefield playmat. I would recommend that this game probably does a lot better out of VTT, though. I will say that. It probably does a lot better out of VTT. Dry erase marks several color tokens for represent enemy units on the battlefield. Technically, you should also print out a bunch of the little tokens as well for different effects. There are only three kinds of states a dice will be. You'll either be rolling a D6, D3, or a D2. Pretty simple to understand that, and you're going to be adding basic constants to things. So you might do D3 plus 2 damage, or you might do D6 plus 1 for D6 plus 1. Most of the time you're going to be doing dice roll. The most average thing to actually create a success is getting a 5 or a 6. If I roll my aim dice and I get a 6, I have hit you. I have succeeded. I have got that. If my crit dice, however, turns up a 5, I do not get a crit. If it turns up a 6, I get a crit. Damage dice, on the other hand, will always be added, but that's why I say, what's going to happen most of the time, you're going to take your aim dice, you're going to take your crit dice, roll those, and then you're going to be rolling your damage die. Simply because what they want you to do is roll them all together at once. That's a little awkward to me. Really, a lot of people make pseudo video games. It's just make board games, not TRPGs. We'll get to that, trust me. This will end up in multiverse, I'm sure. Nah, I don't think... you gotta remember this, Wuso. This has not been touched in a while. Nobody, the actual Discord they're a part of, it goes back to 2019 if you scroll up slightly. It's very, probably nobody has talked about Zafir except me right now and Mildred the Monk. I think Mildred went over this game about a year ago now. Yeah, character sheets, die counters. One of the things about this is you see these cooldowns here. A lot of abilities you're going to get are going to actually need you to count down on a physical sheet of paper. You're going to put the dice down and you're going to start counting down for any time you do a cooldown or something. So for example, if I have a cooldown of say 3, I'm going to put a dice on my sheet that says 3. Next round, it's going to be a 2. Next round, it's going to be a 1. And then at the end of the round, it's going to go away. Congratulations, I can use the ability again. Cooldowns. Now, you could actually have multiple cooldowns at different times, and you can actually have different charges for individual moves as well. Those are also going to have their own separate dies assigned to them at different intervals, and you're going to be kind of shifting them around when needed. Just know that. Yeah, it's like generally speaking, this is a level 6 character. This is a mid-range character, effectively. As you can kind of see here, different charges. You're going to have a few of these. If you're playing more of like the wizard kind of character, then you're going to have a lot more charges. You're going to have a lot more cooldowns. You're going to have a lot more I say. Yeah, no, it's players play a game master, you kind of know what you're going to be running, anatomy of a session. Generally speaking, what this game is going to be focused around entirely is you're going to be doing adventure. It's going to be adventure, mission. It's going to go to adventure, then the mission, or it's going to be a mission and then into an adventure of some variety, often following by another mission. So it's, we need to shoot our way through the thing, then we're going to have a small adventure, then we're going to kind of fight our way out. Or we're going to set up the situation, then we're going to get ready for the mission. And that's kind of the main cycle of play. Now, character creation is actually fairly simple. You have 3 starting classes. These determine a lot about you, including your future. You're going to choose your origins, your pronouns, your name, your base combat attributes, starting equipment, starting items, abilities, starting inventory, starting proficiencies, and all this other shit. Now, generally speaking, of the 3 classes, I want to give you all kind of like a basic idea of each of the classes. Recruit is your standard fighter, rogue, combat man. A recruit is combat man. Novice is more along the idea of being more of a mage. Seeker is more a spiritual class. It's a little bit off. Little bit weird of how it's worded that way, but it is. That's what they do. They play spiritual classes and do spiritual things. Now, your origin is where you're from. You can free to select the details as vague as you want. Your origin must include a species of sapiens, as well as where you're from. Now, there are quite a few sapient species in Zafir. There are the Insan, the Hin, the Rutai, Din, Athenki, and Jan. Now, these are the basic races: human, cat, elf, animal, orc, elf, lizard person. Those are your basic races. Okay, what do they do? Nothing. They do absolutely nothing. No fucking part of these characters mean really anything outside of the role-playing aspect. They don't augment stats or anything. They don't really change anything mechanical about it. There's really nothing different from playing a human than playing anything else. It's not really a thing. Even down to the point where they're like, oh, well, there are technically half races that you can play, but they don't really matter. They say, like, oh, well, here's a bunch of religions. Like, oh, man, I love things. You cannot roleplay a table that express sexist, homophobic, or transphobic views. Yeah, that, again, this doesn't really do anything, but nice idea. Make sure to choose your pronouns correctly. Yeah. They do have, again, it's one of those things, they have the entire thing up here, everyone is considered equal. Everyone's happy. Everything is fine. And that's just something you gotta understand. Everything is just fine. There's no problems there. There is, how do I want to word this? Somebody, I feel, did not, how do I want to word this nicely? Someone didn't really think this through when they say randomly pick pronouns. Somebody did not sit down and say, maybe we shouldn't have this here. Maybe we shouldn't. Nobody said that, and I find that very telling. Yeah, it's like, guys, gee, like, okay, you got your basic name. They go over like a big thing about the nature of names, but they also don't really mean much. Again, it's like you can do things, hence why we have Manly Al Saman, because that's why the Rutani tribal names are given. That's how they work. Jan names can be just incomprehensible gibberish, but, and this is the important thing, anything you do, these are your starting class. This is your starting attributes. These will not change for quite a while, in fact. Your attributes do not change for a while. So, you pretty much have two options. You either have 2 discipline or 2 toughness. If you want to have like the most amount of stuff to do, you're going to be playing a recruit, you're going to have 2 toughness. You want to have you want to play a magic man, you're going to have 2 discipline. You want to play a priest man, you're going to have 2 secret. You're 2 in discipline as well. That's it. That's all you're going to be doing. They give you a lot of things like, oh, how to do everything. What's your speed? It's your speed plus your agility times 2. So it's your starting is your speed plus 6 plus 2 and agility times 2. Generally speaking, you're always going to have 8 speed, because again, it's impossible to have a 0 in agility. You will always have a 1 in agility unless you take a point very later on to give you a 2. Now, this is a level 6 character, mind you. Out of 15, mind you. Level 6. 12 XP, that means 12 missions, mind you. 12 missions with absolutely nothing really wonkier going on. That's pretty standard. You can increase by this point an attribute by 1. Not 2, not 3, 1. And you can kind of see like attributes don't shift that much. And sometimes this is fine. Sometimes people are fine with this. Sometimes they're not going to be. They're not really going to be advancing. That's kind of going to be a big thing going forward for this. Max HP, kind of got a few different things here. Starting equipment. Everyone's going to be having these basic equipment. You will always have if you want to play a character, if you want to play a recruit, you're going to have a light carbine, you're going to have an auto rifle. Generally speaking, taking an auto rifle means you're going to do microscopically more damage and possibly crit more reliably. But a carbine's going to let you move faster, so taking a light carbine usually is the better option. I didn't. If you are playing one of the other classes, you have the option, instead of taking a gun, you can instead take a focus or a idiophone to give you more options with your magic and your abilities. Those all have ammo, but the ammo you don't actually have ammunition, per se. Effectively, when you see the ammo up here with light carbine ammo 4, you can shoot that gun 4 times. You can go bang, 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 bang. Then you reload as for an action, and then you can go bang, 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 bang again. You pretty much ammo is pretty much just between reloads, which does make things such as starting a secondary weapon actually a little bit more interesting, which because they have infinite ammo. You never have to reload your handgun. You never have to reload a pistol. You never have to reload your combat knife. That's fine. You always are going to start with the ballistic vest. Armor mostly gives you just HP. Some armor will give you armor points, which allow you to negate damage, or shield points, which are going to go first, pretty much. Pretty much the idea is, if I have 3 shield points, 2 armor points, and I take 5 damage, the shield's going to eat, the shield's going to eat 3, then my armor is going to block the rest. Pretty simple. As playing a wizard means you actually get your first ability, which is Ignite, which I think is I like the ability. I like the ability you start off with are fine. Recruits, you have a grenade or a med kit. That's what you start off with. You start with a grenade or ability to heal yourself. That's all you get. Here is my 6.5 foot tall orc elf mommy dommy wizard wife. I'm like, all right, I'm done. You have a very basic starting inventory that I don't really be honest with you, but it doesn't really matter. They go a big thing about Imperial Real that's issued by the Federal Bank of Delardia. Technically, you don't have that much money, and you do have proficiencies. If you have proficiencies in something, you can use that equipment. If you don't have proficiencies in something, that means you can't equip it. You can't use it, really. You kind of see it here, Jonathan simply copied Kira's proficiencies in the proficiency section back in the book. Proficiencies, I at level 1 had 3 proficiencies: auto rifle, sidearms, and medium armor. Everyone's probably going to be starting off with us. At level 6, I have sniper rifles, light armor, auto rifles, sidearms, medium. You're going down a class and you're gonna like it, okay? You're gonna like it. Starting responsibilities. This is actually where we would I would say the actual role-playing part of the role-playing game comes in. These are non-combat stuff. And everyone is going to have it down here. Starting off, you have a 3-1-1-1. And if any time something that involves engineering comes up, if it's just a standard check, I'm going to take 1 dice and oh, well, this is engineering for me, so I'm going to take a 2nd dice. And, oh, well, you know what? This is going to be a little bit, I get another thing because of my background. I get another dice. Roll. And I got 2 5s. I succeed. I'm good. I'm done. Good job, team. We did it. And level 6, everyone. Level 6, so you get a little bit more. Not much, though. You start getting more responsibilities at level 4. So you only pretty much are going to get 1 or 2 of these going forward. You don't get a lot. But yeah. You can technically roll these just however you want. It's not too difficult. I think I even did this. I think I even did this wrong. Yeah, I did do that. I did do that technically wrong. I thought it was 3, so I should technically do like that. And then this is legal, I believe. So it would be 4. It would be 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this would. There we go. So you start with less than even what I was thinking. Cool. You do have different languages. I think the languages are fine. You don't get too much. Wish there was a little bit more to play around with here, but it's fine for what it does. They don't really come into play unless you deliberately, this is the thing, unless you, the player, and the GM deliberately kind of force that into things. No one's really good. That's not really good. And this is what most starting characters are going to look like. This is just what a starting basic character is going to look like. Anyone who plays a recruit is going to be this in some variation. When I say by some variation, I do quite literally mean you're going to be playing this kind of character unless you sub out the auto rifle for something for the light carbine or you sub it out for a handgun. You don't have that many choices right off the bat. And again, some people are going to get really annoyed by that. Some people are like, this is not what I want. I want something more. I want something grander, blah, blah, blah. Kind of understand. Now, one of the ideas is that you start off right with combat right off the bat. You have a maximum amount of HP, speed, agility. We'll talk about agility when it comes to agility stunts, which they work. They're a little bit weird of how they do things. Will, aim, shout. Yeah, you have your basic mission objective. Every objective has a thing. You might have optional objectives, of course, but you're going to want to get to a thing. You want to do a thing. You want to kill all the enemies. You want to get to the other side of the map. You want to do something, and yeah. Every mission is going to have multiple encounters. And this is an important facet of things, mind you. This is a very important idea, because this isn't going to be one encounter. This isn't going to be one combat situation. There might be 2 or 3 combats back to back. It's a mission with multiple encounters in it. And you're only going to get 1 experience point for completing the mission. And you might get more for kind of getting fucked up a little bit or having some other things occur, but generally speaking, you're going to get 1 XP. And it's like, ooh, start of the round phase checklist, reduce it. Yeah, pretty much when the round begins, everyone reduces duration of counters. Everyone's moving reinforcements back down. Everyone's kind of taking free movement actions, and everyone's starting to kind of go quickly. Yeah, pretty much from there, you have two phases. You have player phase, enemy phase. Players are going to go first, then the enemies, then we reset the round. Players, enemies, players, enemies, players, enemies. Every unit's going to get 2 actions to fuck around with, and that's that. Congratulations, we're already on the right way of doing. Now, most things that's going to happen... you do have some basic activation symbols here. The basic idea is that most actions are going to either continue it, so you can do a second action, end it, or be a free action. Passive, if it's the passive, it's passive, it's going to happen at all the time. And if there's a reaction, if something is happening to you and you have to react to it. Now, for example, we go to our level 6 character here. I want to go all the way up here to Return Fire, for example. Return Fire is, as a reaction, when target of a ranged attack, I can make a free range attack against the attacking unit. Pretty much when they fire at me, as my reaction for that round, I can fire back on them. Important for my character. Hey, as a free attack with a secondary weapon, just before anything else, I can go, okay, I want a quick draw, I want to blast you with my secondary weapon real fast, and then I want to do something else. Cool, fine, easy to understand. One thing to counter. But if I use the option of kill shot as my first action, first action, kill shot, bang, shoot you right in the fucking noggin. I am gonna lose, I can't do a second action. So you want to do a primary action first, then the secondary. But grappling is a free action. I don't have to spend any action to grapple anyone. Pretty simple to understand, not complicated. So if you're trying to make it like a basic attack with a basic range attacks, or you're trying to do anything like that, most everything is going to be kind of a stopping you with one action. The only thing that isn't, if hey, you run out of ammo, you can reload and then shoot again. Hey, you can use an item and then do something. You want to interact with the option, you can do something. You want to pick up a body, you can do it, and then you can drop it automatically. So if somebody goes down in front of you, you can pick them up and then drop them off behind you and then fire. Easy. Not complicated. Movement is where things get a little bit wonky because they do factor in the idea of 3-dimensional movement. 3D movement is important in this game. Being able to go up on top of things is very, very important, and you have to do that effectively to get some bigger bonuses. It's pretty much whatever your speed is. So, for example, we got our speed over here. My speed is here. My speed is 8. Effectively, I can move any tile, in straight line. I can move 8 tiles over any corner tile. If I want to move from one corner to the next, that is 1.5. So if I move 2 tiles diagonal, that's technically going to be 3 movement. So if I move 1, 2, 3, 4, I move 4 tiles diagonally, suddenly that is, that's 8. Yeah, math correctly here. I've moved all my tiles. I can't move any. But if I move, 1/2, 1 and 1/2, then go up 1, that's only 2.5 movement speed, effectively. Some things on the field are actually going to eat more movement. Some are going to be less movement. Keep it simple. It does do a lot of good examples for this. Dropping down from tiles is pretty simple, but climbing up is going to take a lot more with your ladders and such. You want to do clambering? That's different. Want to do vaulting? That's different. If you're trying to clamber up, you need to use agility points. This is one of the bigger ideas with the game, which is any advanced movement you want to do you have to use an agility point for it. These kind of refresh at the beginning of every round, but it's like, hey, I want to jump on top of something that's a lot taller than me. I want to jump up there real fast. That's going to be an agility point and then 2 movement. Or hey, I want to, for example, over here, when it comes to running along cover, I need to have the right amount of movement speed. If you want to vault over cover, I want to vault over it, but I can't end my turn on it. But if I want to run along cover, but it's like I gotta jump on it, then move, but I can't end my turn on top of the cover either. Pretty simple, right? Yeah, you can see it playing out pretty easily. You know, just like, okay, I'm moving. Okay, I gotta. If I want to climb over cover, I just spend. Okay, if I want to climb over cover, it takes me 1 movement to get on top of it, 1 movement to go on the other side, and I can't end my turn exactly on top of the cover. All right, understandable. I'm jumping over the sandbags. I can't end up on top of the sandbags. That's ridiculous. You know, agility move, safe dropping, mantling, climbing, leaping even. Generally speaking, I would say you probably want to keep like 1 or 2 agility points on you at any time, and it's directly equal to your agility. So if you have 1 agility, you have 1 agility point to spend to do things. Ta-da, you've done it. Now, cover is fascinating. And we'll get to that when we get to combat a little bit more, but this is kind of how cover is. Target A, the soldier in the middle there, he would have half cover against C, full cover against B, and no cover against D. Now, I want you to put in your mind's eye here a little bit. I want you to put in your little noggin here. What does cover do? Now, if you're thinking like, okay, an enemy is behind cover, what does cover do? I want you to think of that. And start going through, do a little bit more for later. You have the ability to step and fire. Pretty much he has full cover. B has full cover against A currently. He can step out quickly, take the shot with no penalties, and then get back into full cover. It's free. You don't gotta worry about that. Tile features are a thing. Rolling to attack. This is where things start getting a little bit interesting. So, as I described before, we have our dice. You're going to be doing your aim, whatever is in your aim pool, plus any bonuses from your weapons, plus any bonuses elsewhere, and then you're also going to be adding in your crits, your crit dice into that, and you're going to be rolling. If you end up with a 5 or 6, you've hit. If you end up with a 6 on your crit, you get to apply crit damage. All right, pretty easy. Now, where do I get these aim dice, you may be wondering? All right. Well, that's what I mean by cover's a little bit odd in this game. You're going to get 2 dice if they don't have cover. You're going to get 1 dice if they have half cover, and no dice if they have full cover. This threw me for a loop a little bit when I first read it, because the idea is you are getting an advantage for them not being in cover rather than taking a penalty for them being in cover. If that makes any sense. That's why I ask you, what about the nature of cover? Are you, by virtue, making it harder for the enemy to hit you, or are you making it easier for you to dodge incoming fire? Both have their merits to the argument. Usually I treat cover as a penalty of some variety. You can hit this person, but you can't hit them reliably because they are in cover. So you need to do something, you need to flank, you need something like that. In this one, you get a bonus for them being out of cover, including crit dice for if there are absolutely no cover. So flanking around, that does have a bit of tactical to it. But you may be wondering, Dad, what about if I have a bunch of aim? Stops meaning much now, does it? Yeah, things get a little bit wonkier there. It started getting a little bit wonkier, especially when you look at my level 6 character. I have 3 aim dice in pretty much every situation, because I'm going to be inside my optimal range just about any time. At 3, I have a 70% chance of doing it. If you're outside with no cover, I'm going to pretty much have I have above a 75% chance to shoot you in the fucking skull. If I'm at a higher elevation, I might even have higher. It's a little wonky. I can't put my finger on why, because it makes complete sense, but something feels wrong. I don't know what it is. Something doesn't feel right, but something is. It works perfectly at the same time. Bonus is crit dice from the attack. Any if the target has no cover. The most reliable way to get crits is to flank. That's really the best thing you can do, is you want to get behind them and you want to flank them and you want to shoot them when they have no cover, because you are not only going to be aiming higher, you're going to be doing crit damage. Crits more, everything more. Shooty, shooty, bang, bang, everyone dies. Damage, on the other hand, never really exceeds too high. As you can see here, this is my level 1 character. Now, I want to deal damage. I want to do D3 plus. I've hit you. I deal 3 damage, because I rolled a 2 and a D3. 3-hole damarino. Hell yeah. Alright, everybody. It's time for my Arcanite Sniper Rifle, my Tier 2 weapon. I've hit you for 6 damage. I've hit you for 6 damage. 6 damage. Which is actually quite a lot, admittedly, but bear in mind, this is also later in the game. The numbers are small enough that they actually do mean quite a bit. You do have to kind of manage some, like, where your shield points come in and your armor points and stuff like that. That can get a little annoying because there's actually a process to it. Because how they kind of word it is the idea that, let's say, for example, I have a shield 2 from one location, plus shield 2 from another location, and then I have armor 3. Now, let's say you hit me for 5, let's say 5 damage to breaking. 5 damage to breaking. You would break the first shield, and that might trigger different effects. You would break the second shield, you would get completely mitigated, but my armor goes down to 1 now. Now, things get a little bit more awkward, let's say, if you deal, say, 3 damage. Because then it would go, alright, it's gone. It gets reduced down to 1. I take no damage, the shield eats everything. Now, there is possible circumstances where, hey, we're getting this from a shield mage. If the shield mage dies, this shield goes away. But if this thing gets disabled, this shield might dissipate, but the other one may not, and it's stacking on top of each other rather than just being a collective pool. The way they explain it, it makes complete sense when you're looking at it, being like, wow, that could get kind of annoying to, like, just double check everything. To make sure, like, okay, whose shield's getting reduced where? Now, you died. Oh no, you've been reduced down to 0 HP. You're gonna roll on the casualty table, and I rolled a 4. Stun. I set the unit's HP to 1, and they get stunned, 2, and disoriented. So I can't do anything next round, but I'm not dead. Pretty much, like, if you roll a 3 up, you're not technically out of the fight yet. But if you roll a 1 or 2, you're out of the fight. And either you're going to have to choose Eyes of the Void, or you're going to start bleeding out. Generally speaking, you don't want to go out of action. Out of action means you're fucked. Like, you're not having a good time. And you're going to have to start making pretty big, attack. You're going to have to make, like, injuries going forward. It's like, lightning does double damage. Breaking reduces armor after the damage has already been applied. Shield points stack on top of sources. Unit types are pretty simple. There's not too many unit types out there. damage types. Mostly boils down to immunity and resistance. Immunities and vulnerabilities. Different area of effects rendering. Will attacks are a bit different. Some abilities have you make a will attack instead of a standard attack. It's the same idea, except you can always try to resist these. You're always going to get like 1 or 2 resist. Cool, like resist ones. Not a lot though. You might only have 1 or 2, and you need to hit a 6 while they need to hit a 5 up. So it's like, oh well. Oof. Oofy doofy, I'm in pain. You know, conditions mostly is going to be testing for panic when things go wrong and you want to get things away. You when people are panicking, you are trying to get away, you're trying to, you know, run away of them. But it's like acid burning, you have to heal them. Bleeding out, you gotta healing them. Burning, healing. Disoriented, using the restore action. Ethereal suspension. You're mind controlled. You're out of action. You're poisoned. You're shattered. You're unconscious. Something has happened. And if you excuse me... Hello, I'm back. I am alive. Yes. One of the more interesting ideas is that you actually start every mission. Most encounters actually start you in concealment, and you're actually allowed to sneak around and actually try to deal with enemies or set up bigger encounters with that. And that's really it. Like, once you end the mission, you have to roll on the Grievous Wounds table, which a vast majority of these don't really do too much, unless they are pretty bad, but can be mitigated by... Like, let's say, for example, I rolled a 78. Oh, the 70. Actually, no, I need to roll 2. They changed it to a fucking D66. 55. So I rolled a 55. Full recovery. Found unconscious with minor wounds, but not permanently injured. But let's say, for example, I roll again. I rolled a 31. I got a leg wound. Gained a leg trauma disability. I have -1 agility. Until I can get a Magitech prosthetic installed, until I can get a, until I get a prosthetic installed effectively, I'm out of the fight because I have 0 fucking agility. If I have 0 agility, I'm moving a lot slower and I'm not doing nearly as well. Now, you can get, there's wheelchairs, there's earning XP, there's, earning rewards. Generally speaking, I'm thinking that a vast majority of people are going to be trying more to get things faster, if that makes sense. We're not going to do 1 XP for now, it's going to be 2 XP. Because we want to hit level 2 right away, because level 2 is more fun. We want to hit more things or later on, later things quicker because we have more stuff to do. Mission follow-up, rest and recuperating. Generally, this is the adventure phase. You are trying your best to keep everybody alive, restore everybody's health, and doing tasks. This is the role-playing section of the game, the role-playing game. Make a sustenance check. Yeah, because sustenance is a that's a thing. Make the sustenance check. Yeah, basic skill actions. They keep making it out to be this way as well, because again, you are not taking a penalty for something, you're getting a bonus for easier actions. Hey, this is an easy action, you get 2 dice. This is an average action, you get 1 dice. For difficult, you can only really roll something else, but it's assisted if you got the right item. Something about this always feels so strange to me, like something is off about Zafir. I can't put my finger on what it is. Let's see here about the various characters all working together, and now they hate each other. Now, they say like, oh, here's the skill list. The skills don't do anything. Being honest with you, the skills do not actually do anything. These are just what you can use and what you can't use in certain situations. Yeah, basic safety tools. Let's talk about safety tools. That's always a thing. But like, let's say for example, when they're talking about skills, like, oh, if you want to deceive, persuade, or whatever, these aren't like these aren't things that you can do. These are things that will occur, and then like, hey, I'm going to put security up there. I'm going to put engineering up there. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Oh, hello, phone. Leveling up. This is the actual level progression. To hit level 2, you need 1 experience. The first level, the first thing you're going to get after your first mission, you're going to get a new ability. That's really it, and you're going to be able to upgrade your class. Then it's going to be 2 more missions, 3 more missions, 3 more missions, and 3 more missions. In total, if you actually have no XP gain or whatever, to hit level 6 of 15, that's 1, 3, 6, 9, 12. That's a total of 12 fucking missions that you're going to have to do. Multiple combat counters each, and you're not getting too much. Again, at level 6, you have 1 attribute increase and +2 to your responsibility. That's really it. I wish you got your attributes a little bit more consistently, but they can't really give it to you because this is not a complicated game. This is arguably a pretty damn simple game, which I find to be interesting. Nothing feels wrong with it, but it's not bad. I don't hate it, but something feels wrong with it. Something doesn't feel right. Then you get things like the suggested builds here. Because every class is actually going to feed into a future class. You kind of see here, if you are playing a novice, you will have to go to Adept, but then you can choose to be a War Mage, Archmage, or you can go down to Dervish Tempest. But if you're a Seeker, you go to Acolyte, Warden Void Conduit, or Warlock Netherwalker. This is where they like they're not lying to you necessarily, but they kind of mislead you a little bit when they say, "Oh, you have 36 classes to play from." You do have 36 classes, but you really don't at the same time. Because once you go on the track, you can't get off the track. I can't take like, oh, I want to take 2 levels in Sharpshooter and then I want to move to Trencher or something. You can't do that. Once you choose Sharpshooter, you have to go down to Sniper, then to Reaper. And these are all just strict upgrades of one another. These aren't like a brand new thing necessarily, unless you take one of the gimmick ones. Like, for example, the Sapper, The Sapper, you can go to Gunner or Berserker. If you want to play a Sapper, if you want to have big guns, you're going to go for Gunner. If you want to be in melee, you're going to go to Berserker. That's it. For Sharpshooters, do you want to play man with a big gun, Sniper, or do you want to play a man with 2 sidearms, a Gunslinger? like Reaper, like Sniper into Reaper is not what we would like. It's not like, oh wow, I'm getting like a bunch of new abilities or whatever. You are getting new abilities, but it's just Sniper 2. It's Gunslinger 2 for the Trigger Mate. It's Vanguard 2 for the Blade Master. Operative 2 for the Assassin. I wish there was a little bit more room to maneuver here to like give me a little bit more poise to play with. Because there isn't actually as much as they would like you to think there is. Because they kind of go over all the old classes, you know, but then it's like the base class. You choose to play an Acolyte, you get only a handful of these abilities to actually choose from. And you have to say, hey, I want to pick up animate cover and David Claws at level 3. Those are the abilities I picked up at level 3, and then you have to upgrade further on. You can't get every ability, nor can you get any ability outside of your class. I have a rune. I have it. I thought about going over it, but I'm like, no, we are like, this is already like a 442 page nightmare. Healing Fountain. Like, someone's gonna have to play that to become the fucking mage, you know, the healer. Someone's gonna be a heal slot, and everyone's gonna enjoy it. Yeah, the deploy will cover high ground. Pick lock. You have the ability to pick lock. You want to play a sapper with this ridiculous, stupid looking fucking... Yeah, artwork's a little tough sometimes. But yeah, it's... A vast majority of these are legitimately active abilities. Now, I tried to play... I'm like, you know, slowly and steadily, I shifted Manly to a sharpshooter. I'm like, you know what? It's time for sharpshooter. And I took quite a few different abilities. Level 6, you're going to have a total of 5 abilities. You don't get that many, though. Like, for example, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 9 abilities here. You can get 4 of them. But some of them are going to be pretty obvious what you're going to be choosing, especially if you go down things like Gunslinger, because they're going to tell you what you should take. These are the suggested builds. If you want to go into Gunslinger, you kind of need to take Pistolier, because you're allowed to do things. Hey, you want to go into more Gunman? Go for Warfighter. But then you see some of the abilities are like High Ground. If you have a primary, you know, attacks made with a primary ranged weapon from an elevation gain +2 crit die. What? Why is that a special ability? That feels really, these don't feel like special abilities as much as they do like, oh wow, I can now do something that feels like I should already be able to do. Or you end up with things like Grapple, which technically you need to do this, but I can also select but this is the thing, you can actually take a tier 2 piece of equipment which just replaces Grapple. You don't actually need to take this ability at all, and you shouldn't take it because the spider suit does Grapple. You get a spider suit, you have Grapple for free? Like, okay, a little weird. Yeah, and that, you know, that's kind of the thing you see in like Clarity and Chaos and things like that. You see things kind of come up over and over again. Then you get shit like Dodge, where you can dodge attacks. Like, why would you pick anything other than Dodge to be first because it's that fucking good? Like, yeah, just take Dodge with Agility and you'll, like, yeah, it's like, oh, cool, I got a 6 and I'd be able to avoid a class. Yeah, it's Clarity and Chaos again. Clarity and Chaos shows up quite a few times. You know, Terrorize is here. This isn't a, you know, this is a character that is, you kind of see here, this is a Blade Dancer, for God's sakes. The Blade Dancer has the ability to summon that, similar to like the Dervish might have things that are very similar. You can't even see there, Blade Dancer. It feels like there's a lot of abilities and things that kind of feel like they should be part of something simpler. Yeah, equip a secondary ranged weapon in its primary weapon slot. Same type of secondary ranged weapons equipped in both slots. It makes making a ranged attack with one of them, you make a bonus second attack with the other. Second attack maybe target a different use. yeah, like you do get things like the gunslinger, which does actually change quite a bit about a character. And I like when this happens. Hey everybody, I'm playing a gunslinger. I have some cool new abilities, but I also get void magic, and there's dodge again, there's panache, there's showdown, and improved dodge. Like, oh. Yeah, yeah, like even here, like even like the sniper doesn't get like a free ability. It's just like, yeah, you just get some stuff like improved overwatch, careful aim, calibration again. What I'm trying to get across here is that it looks like there's a lot, but there really isn't that much. Like there's a lot of words, not a lot of stuff, if that makes any remote amount of sense. I think that's kind of like you're gonna find yourself into certain situations, and you even have ultimate abilities. Some things are going to be ultimate abilities, such as the unsafe operating parameters. You have one ultimate charge, effectively. You use the ultimate charge, you can't use it anymore. Like, oh. I wonder if I can find Reaper. That was like, Reaper was one that I'm like, oh, like, yeah, like Reaper, kill shot 3, killing spree, unwavering. But then you also get things like Battle Master. Beginning of the unit's turn, every time an enemy unit makes an attack or uses an ability within line of sight, this unit takes a single free action to immediately after the enemy's unit action. Or you just choose Eradicate and say, oh, target an enemy within range and line of sight. Make ranged attacks with a primary weapon against a target unit until it is dead or the weapon is out of ammo. Oh no, there's an enemy. Oh no, there's an enemy. Oh no. Hopefully you don't like that boss monster. Especially if you start combining things together more and more and more, and you're like, oh. Yeah, it's like, oh, I have kill shot 3. And it's like, yeah, you can combine things like kill shot with other things, which, like, oh, I want to do kill shot. -1 aim, but +3 damage, which is like, yeah, okay. By level 3, by kill shot 3, you're doing +4 damage pretty much every round. Yeah, it's... I wish the classes had a little bit more going for them, but they really don't, and it feels too restricted. Like, you're going down this route, you must go down this route, and if you try to deviate from the route at all, it's wrong. Like, you can't do that. So it's like, okay, this isn't like Final Fantasy Tactics at all then. Because Final Fantasy Tactics actually made that a big deal, is that, kind of mixing and matching certain classes actually made you a lot stronger. You were able to have characters who specialized in different roles, or had let them train in different roles to do things that were more important. It's more XCOM in that regard, but there's a very distinct issue with that, with basing anything off of XCOM, and that's very simply, XCOM soldiers die. They're expendable. Very quick. You don't need to give them a lot of equipment. You don't need to give them a lot of toys, because they're expendable, they're very quick to kind of build up, but it's the stories that you make with them. They don't really need to be complicated at all. That's the point. You're XCOM soldiers in this game. That's the interesting bit. XCOM. Proficiency, item charge. There's even mods to certain equipment. Now, this is the the tiers of weapons roughly go from, if we go up here, I wonder if I can find the item tier list. Yeah, right here. Tier 1 gear is appropriate for characters level 1 to 5. Tier 2 is level 6 to 10, and 3 for 11 or higher. This is the equipment that you get. This is Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 guns. Primary weapons, sorry, because secondary weapons melee weapons are always going to be secondary weapons. Like, they don't matter. Come on. or a cover shooter. It's like, and I find this so strange to me because it's like, oh, well, it goes from like, oh, an auto rifle, a light carbine, a shotgun, autocannon, like, all right. But then it goes to Arcanite auto rifle, Arcanite SMG, Arcanite shotgun, Arcanite autocannon, Arcanite scout rifle. Like the light carbine just goes away. Like you just don't have it anymore. But then it's like, okay, then we go to Z-Tech auto rifle, Z-Tech SMG, Z-Tech shotgun, Z-Tech autocannon, Z-Tech. It upgrades in a completely linear manner. Where if you're using the auto rifle at level 1, you're going to be using the auto rifle at, till level 6, and then you're going to immediately upgrade to the auto rifle 2. And then you're going to then when you get to that level, when you get to appropriate level, you're going to upgrade to the auto rifle 3. Hey, I want to take I want to have more ammo in my gun. No, can't do that. Hey, I want to do this. I want to mod my gun to be slightly different. You can, but there's only a certain number of mods you can have. With starting off as 1, the second one is 2, and the third one is, you guessed it, 3. And some of them you just don't allow you to, such as the scout rifle, you just don't have the option to. Here's the Z-Tech stuff, here's the Arcanite stuff. Yeah, it's even kind of harder for like the poor wizards than you guys, because they just get a completely linear set of of upgrades. It's you go from Spell Focus, Arcane Sigil, Divine Source. You go from Idiophone, Resonance Fluctuator, Magitech Theremin. That's all you get. I want to get something else. No. You have to choose these. You don't get any, you get only 1 or 2 mods, and that's it. Especially if you're playing fucking one of Spiritual guys, because you'll only get 1 mod slot starting off. Very low. And it's like, oh, well, I can select a lot of these, but it does the exact same thing. Hey, you have a sword. You then go to the Boulder Steel sword, and then you do to a Stormblade. Hey, you go from a heavy pistol to an Arcanite heavy pistol to a Z-Tech heavy pistol. Like, oh. You can get some, like, legendary items, but it's kind of like one of the things that's like, these are legendary items that are pretty much just some basic bonuses to them. Infamous or the blood they've spilled. Like, I'm not going to hand, like, oh, you want the Righteous Nomad. Here's the Righteous Nomad. It's like, why would I do that? Same kind of goes for, mostly goes for armor. You kind of see here. Mostly when it comes to the spider suit. Yeah, if you are if you have light armor proficiency, just take the spider suit because you get grapple for free. Why would you choose anything else? Well, I want advanced mage armor. Okay. Medium armor, you can take that. Most every character is going to have medium armor proficiency. So it's not really, it's more like what color of Kool-Aid do you want? Do you want dodge 2? Cool. If you already have a dodge 1, just take dodge, take the fucking where was it? Take the animated armor if you can afford it, because it's still expensive. You still have to pay for it, but it's like, oh, that's kind of weird. Technically, helmets don't do anything to actually protect you. They just give you certain... Because these are headgear that give you slight benefits, and you have some utility gear, but all of these also have charges, or they have some variety of like thing you have to worry about. Oh boy, I have the grapple ability. Oh boy, I can charge. Oh, I have a shard. All the various grenades that all have different radii. And here's the tier 2 grenade. Woo! Tier 2 grenade! Woo! It's like, what? Eh? Something doesn't seem right here. It doesn't feel quite. You can't technically take special ammo. These are exclusive ammos you can reload for a certain amount of times. and all of them do something slightly different and help you out with different situations. For Manly, however, I didn't really like give myself like a budget or anything. I just said whatever. I'm just gonna take anything tier 2 because I'm tier 2 at this point. So it's like I have an Arcanite auto pistol, I have an Arcanite sniper rifle with a bunch of different mods and stuff. Like I was having fun fucking around with the mods, but I knew for a fact that like these aren't at level 6. You're most likely not going to have these, but it's like yeah, I have some Seeker rounds and that allow me to ignore dodge. Like there is the option for Seeker, you can't dodge. If you ever have a character doing a dodge build, just throw Seeker rounds at them. They physically can't do anything about it anymore. You've cucked them. You've cucked them. There's a cuck option. Various heavy weapon. This is what I mean by like the mod list, but like the mods are still not like super expensive, relatively speaking. If you get paid a decent amount of money, if the GM is not fucking you out of payment, you're going to actually have enough stuff. You're going to have money to buy these things. And it just kind of applies to just about everything. That you get a charge of impersonator, you get a charge of this, you get peace of mind radius, you get more of things here, you get more things there. More, you have a build all of a sudden to a lot of these. Because if you have like the arcane focus change, if you don't have healing wounds, getting a Gaia rune's worthless. But if you don't have fireball, getting a baller rune's worthless. So it's like, okay, you need to get like one of these things in here to do things correctly. But you can choose one of these. You can choose one surface, one material, one lattice, one accessory, which you just also want to sub out later on because you're gonna have to upgrade it anyway. Body armor, kind of the same way. I would say you at least get a lot more stuff when it comes to body armor. I did like the fact that it's like, yeah, camouflage is, you get more camouflage, you get more arcane detectors, you get a bunch of other little things like that, but not a lot of toys to play with, if that means anything. Not a lot of gear or little things to fuck around with. And here's all the various species. To give you a rundown, Insan are humans. Insan are human. Hin are elves. Rutai are cat people. Din are animal people. There's animal people in general. Blue orc elves. Lizard man. And then Brazilians. La Brasilia. Numero uno. Numero uno Brasilia. Yeah, this is like all lore stuff, by the way. Like a lot of repeats of... This is what I mean, like the arm... Like, things repeat frequently. It's like you're going to see the same piece of artwork throughout multiple times. And sometimes that's going to be like, that's annoying. Other people are going to think that's fine. And I can tell you one thing. I can tell you that most likely this character right here, yeah, Baldur's Bane. This was probably a Kickstarter character because he shows up once. There she is again. There he is again. There she is again. There he is again. And it's just, you start seeing the repeating so often. Yeah, it does encourage you to like set up a grid, get like Jenga blocks or something out there to kind of like represent platforms, represent grids. You technically can play it there, but like don't. They do recommend using like fucking like Roll20 scripts and stuff like that. Alternate game is too hard. Go easy on them. Mission design, basic missions are not really too complicated. Scroll down here. This is one of their sample battlefields, by the way. This is a sample battlefield. And encounter 1. Oh, encounter 2. You know, that super simple encounter thing that we're just going to be able to build immediately. You know, because I have one of those just there. Yeah, the encounter one battlefields. Like, this is like one of those things that's like, what do you expect people to do here? Like, what do you actually expect? Do you expect people to like rig all of these things up personally, like actually like set everything up, or do you expect like just basic maps? It's a little bit funky in how it's doing it because this is what they say. This is what's being rendered out. I mean, like this is what a sample battle map should look like, and it's like, yeah, as you kind of see here, making enemies are actually pretty simple. Kind of see here, it's mostly compared to others when it comes to like their power ratings and shit. So it's I wonder if I can find the enemy section. Make sure you roll randomly on the disability chart. Yeah, it's like, oh god, what are you doing? Oh no, oh no. Like, here's the thing. This is my Notepad's a little tired. Why do you have these? I understand like personality traits. Like, why do you need like a disability chart? Like, is this like a very like exclusive, like very important thing that like you need to have? Is this a thing that like needs to occur? No, like, if, like the thing with here, this would be my thing. If you want to include something like the disability chart, for example, like make it important in some way. Is this like a thing like for a particular adventure or something? But like if I want to make a character who is in a wheelchair, for example, I'm just going to say he's in a fucking wheelchair. That's his issue. He's in a wheelchair. He's fine. He's not going fast anywhere, but he doesn't give a shit. He likes reading books. Or, hey, this guy can't hear. He's deaf. I would already say that he's deaf. Why do I need to roll on a chart for that? Like, why would you put this in here kind of thing? That's the weird part about this game in some aspects. It's like, okie dokie then. Like, why put in the sexuality chart? Why? Like, but why? Like, these are fine. Hey, what's his profession? What's his does he have a mage guild affiliation? Fine, this is fine. Some of them, like, why though? Like, why do you do this? Why are you the way that you are? You know, level 2 to 5 characters, like, yeah, let's. Oh boy, everybody! I rolled a 7. I rolled a 52. 52. We're gonna fight a Jin. We're gonna fight a Jin. Everybody, fighting Jins. Or if you're level 6, oh boy, let's say for our 3-4 player party, and we got a 62. Let's roll down to, oh, we're gonna be fighting 2 stone golems, a netherract, and a ghoul. That's our mission. Yeah, this is like a vast majority of enemies are pretty easy to make, all things considering. Like, I do enjoy the fact that you can technically just make enemies pretty quick. That's fine to me. I think more things should do that. Some are a little bit wonky. Like, here's the battle mech. Like, alrighty then. Little bit odd. You have things like civilians. Yeah, it's pretty basic on most things. Like, but a lot of these do also kind of fall into similar abilities. Like there's soldier elite, soldier mechanoid, soldier this, soldier. Some of them feel a little bit like copy pasta. Your appendix. It's a trick-taking game. Cool. Here's an appendix. Here's a bunch of index stuff. All the various artists that worked on this to various quality. Yeah, that's Zafir. Don't forget all your fucking don't forget about your tokens. I love your tokens. I'm mixed on Zafir. Very mixed. And I say I'm mixed on Zafir for 2 very distinct reasons. Is on one hand, every individual part of Zafir works fine. Works great. I'm fine with it. But taken as a whole, I don't like it. Weird. Like, I don't like it as a whole, but I like it individually. That makes any remote amount of sense. I think the big issues I have with Zafir, like, really is down to the fact, and I was kind of thinking about it last night, is promises of a lot delivers little. You don't actually have that much going on in Zafir. It's really not a complicated game. The numbers aren't massive. The actual, like, moment-to-moment gameplay is not hard. It's a cover shooter, for God's sakes. This isn't a complicated kind of game. This is, you're going to slap yourself behind cover, and you're going to poke your head out, go bang, 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 you're going to go down behind cover, bang, bang, go down behind cover, bang, bang, go behind cover. It's that constant cycle, and it's like, who looks at, like, Gears of War and is like, hell yeah, gamers, this is what I'm looking for. But then you combine it with, like, oh, well, you have all these abilities and all these cool things, and it's like, do they really do much, though? Like, this is a level 6. This is 12 missions, mind you. 12 entire missions. And I can return fire or quick draw with my secondary weapon. But a vast majority of my time as this particular build of a character is going to be sitting down taking pot shots. If you're playing like a mage, there's probably more you're going to be doing. Or you're playing like a trencher, there's more you're going to be more that you're going to be doing. But my question is, where's the thing? Where's the thing that says, this is it, this is the moment? You can say, oh, it's the setting. The setting is the big deal. The setting doesn't really do anything, though. Like, here's the thing. If you apply paint thinner to this entire game, would you prefer if it was a complicated game? That's the weird thing, Nudie. I don't know. Because here's the thing. If you apply paint thinner over the entire game and just break it down to its core base mechanics, nothing else, it's fine. But I want more toys. That's like that's my thing there. I want more toys then. I want more guns. I want more weapons. I want more abilities per character. I want to do things. I want to look at my ability list and be like, okay, what do I want to do here? I want to move points around. I want to think more. But then I think about it being like, why do I want to do that? Like, that sounds terrible on the table, because there'd be like a dozen things I have to fucking manage now, and that's not really entertaining. Then I thought about it some more, and then it's like, well, maybe I want the game to be more like tactile. I want more options to roll. I want more dice to play with. I want more moment-to-moment gameplay. But then I thought about it and being like, what the fuck do you do in that regard? You can't change much because that's the core identity, and the only way to add more, and the only way to make the moment-to-moment stuff more fascinating is to add more shit. But what are you going to add? There isn't enough, because the actual core mechanic isn't there enough. Unless you expand that out, then you lose something else. But like, the base actual combat works. I think it's fine. It's fine. It's good. I get a little simple. But, you know, I mean, I'd rather play it as a war game or something like that. Not really as like an RPG necessarily. Maybe as like a board game would be pretty fun. Board game would be really fun. You know, it's like more about me going up against another player. We're looking at each other's maps. We're like, okay, if I got 3 little aim dice here, you know, it's like, okay, I got a hit. Oh, I got a hit on you. Ha ha ha. That'd be fine. But as an RPG, though, I want more stuff to do. Is it good for this, the setting? don't know. I don't. Have I taken a look at the Blade Runner RPG yet? No. I haven't looked at the Blade Runner RPG. I have it. I'm ready to go on it. It's just a franchise case. And franchise cases either do well in the polls or not. I'll probably have to, by next week, put out the next set of polls. But yeah, Zafir is such an interesting game to me because something about it doesn't click with me. And I don't know what it is. Is it the fact that it's a very, like, restricted amount of gear and I can't play around with that as much? Is it because the classes feel restrictive? Is it because it's too restrictive? Or is it because it's too simple? But if it's more complicated, I don't want more stuff. But if I want more stuff, I can't really make the game more complicated. It's the circular bit of, like, each individual part is fine. Because the setting, all right, maybe not my cup of tea personally, but I understand why people would like it. I would like maybe a little bit more. Okay. But I question this when it comes to anyone making the argument of, like, the setting is good. If you apply paint thinner to this and you strip away the setting, does the game change? Not really. Not really. You could replace the Seekers and shit with, like, oh, he's a Psi-Tech or something. Nothing really changes. You can replace this entire thing with XCOM. Nothing changes. But you want to know what I want to do with this game, though? You really want to know? I want to play this as a video game. I want a video game. I want to move my little guys around. I want XCOM Magitech. And I think that's what my lizard brain was looking at a little bit, was I would be having a lot more fun with this if it wasn't with other people. If it was just me playing it at my computer, playing at my PC, looking at it. My review of this tabletop game is that I wish I was playing a video game. Yeah. That's kind of the core issue of this game. Is that if you were to make this a video, you can the thing is with that is, instead of controlling, like, one person doing one thing with, very linear gear, it's, okay, I'm controlling a squad of 5 people. I gotta manage them. I want to make sure they're healthy. I'm moving you over here and I'm moving you over here because, like, I'm doing a little bit of strategy, tactical thinking with myself versus an AI. As a video game, I think Zafir would be fun. As a board game, I think Zafir would be pretty fun. War game, I think Zafir would be pretty fun. As a tabletop role-playing game, though, I don't know. That's my complicated thoughts on Zafir, really, is that I can't put my finger on what I don't like, but something is wrong. Something doesn't feel right. And I'm looking at it like, something me no like, something me no know what I don't like. It's hard to explain. But yeah, that is the end of the case. A lot of games, a lot of problems. We do, however, have to go to our favorite place in the whole wide world, everybody. Get ready for Kickstarter! I love Kickstarter. Kickstarter's the best. It's the absolute greatest place on earth. No problems with Kickstarter. Spadori Gamios. We're going to newest tabletop games. All right. Oh boy, Marvel. I get that reference. Oh boy, Marvel. I just got a ping about this one. It's 5e compatible. Yay! Good job, brother. I believe in you. I am obligated to tell you this thing because it's 5e. Let's I want to open a card shop in a Pokemon gym in America. $192,000. I respect the hustle, brother. You needed $5. You didn't need $5. I hate you. I hate you, Jack Rose Tree, and I hope you get hit by a car. Unironically. Let's see. Tower of Time, Ballads and Tales, Adventuring Artisan, Tabletop RPG Supplement, and The Dungeon Miniatures, Strangers, NPCs, and Adventures for your TRPG. I wonder what it's gonna be about. Oh, looks like it's a battle map. Dungeon set, Bronze Age Collapse TTRPG rule set. All right. You only needed $246, so you can't say that it's really that impressive. Epic Adventures and Legendary Achilles, Infamous City of Troy. Okay. What is... Game uses an array of polyhedral dice. Sorcerer can gain benefit when encounters when role-playing. Okay. Follow Creed, the Binder, the Master of... Alright, Bronze Age RPG Collapse. What you get? Myrmidon Tier Higher, the Rage of Achilles. Fight alongside the Sorcerers of Babylon. We need money. We need money. Unparalleled role-playing game experience. I mean, open source rule set and setting for Greek Macedonian. Alright, that's... Good on you, brother. Good on you. You're doing it. Thank you specifically. Marvel United, the multiverse. I love Marvel. Ruko, trading cards designed by a 9-year-old. Wow. Cool. Man, Naughty Fairies. Wow, thanks everybody. Naughty Fairies. That's what we need. Cool. Printable terrain, epic spell wars of the Battle Wizard, Annihilageddon. Battle Wizard, epic spell wars is actually pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie, epic spell wars was the kind of stupid fun that you can. It's the kind of stupid fun that you can really only get in something like that. Ecological. All right. Make 100 bastards. Oh. 5e compatible. Elfland, Displacer Cave, printed D&D. Once Upon a Line, A Butterfly's Breath, narrative board game. D&T, great infusions of RPGs and tea. That's not a tabletop game. That's fucking tea. Do I get an adventure with it at least? No, it's a fucking tea store. It's fucking tea, okay? It's just tea. I hate Kickstarter. Mothership sci-fi horror RPG. Okay, it's Mothership. It's Mothership. Mothershipios. What is the cloud? Inspired by legitimately everything that could physically occur. Awesome. Now we're leaving that. We're leaving that now. Hissy Fed about coordinating cat coaxing. Cats. Morkborg! I love Morkborg! Oh, movie making game. That seems kind of fun. Panic Engine. There's another Panic Engine. Forkborg feasting. Forkborg. So, is this just like a thriving movie making industry in Hollywood? However, suspected there are spies among you. A small production studio speaking unpatriotic messages into your movies. Will you be able to create enough movie masterpieces before your studio is shut down? Or will you be suspected yourself and banned from the industry? Oh, that's kind of a unique way of looking at things. It's studio members will be blacklisted. 60 cards are used to players to secretly slip patriot or communist propaganda into each film. I mean, this is kind of neat, like, kind of a cool pitch. Yeah, this is kind of neat. Like 13, that's 12. Hard-boiled investigative role-playing. A monstrous thing that can be your own fears on your back. Witch and craft game. Why do you look familiar? Oh. Already. It's like a second edition, or is it like a new version? Gameplay 3D10 system. Okay, it looks like it's like most now like a 12-day trial. Like you have 12 days to do this. Like something wrong is gonna happen after 12 days. I mean, I give you credit for being a little bit interesting. That's gonna get me blocked somewhere. I mean, cool. I give you credit for being interesting. Good job, team. We did it. Bronco. Witch and craft games. Let's California, Berkeley. Quadesh. The Towninator. Towns. Okay. 5e. Dungeon Caster. Open source rule set for traditional fantasy SRD. Introduces threats. Modifier pools 20 up on the D20 modifier results. So it's just. Anyone's heard of you of Highcaster before? I've certainly. I mean, Gallant Knight. Yeah, it's Gallant Knight. Heard of these before. Venerable Knight. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I give it credit for existing, kind of thing. Like, that's neat. I don't know anything about the caster system. Never really heard of it before. So, I mean, that's one thing to keep an eye out on for, at least. Put it as a remind me. Simple town folk, modular NPCs, quantum Quantum Black game. Never heard of Quantum Black. $1 one shot. Wow, cool. Neat. You're the rabbit. System agnostic. Okie dokie. There's another one. All right. Yeah, we've already been once. We have anything fun? Not really. It looks like a lot of these we've already been for these. I guess it's time for itch.io. Yes, it does actually have official. There is an official, official, if I can fucking speak, official Zorro RPG. Hey, wow, look everybody, it's DotDungeon. Holy shit. Oh my god. Blorbo the Goblin. Look everyone, it's Blorbo the Goblin. Wow, Cyborg. Wow. Oh my god, it's Searberg. It's Searberg. Gerbergergu. Cyborg. I love Cyborg. It's so much fun. Cyborg. Cyborg. We're all going to learn about Cyborg. Edelweiss. Lo-fi tabletop game. Oh boy, everybody. Time for some lo-fi tabletop game experiences. Hey, everybody. It's me. Super Mecha Battle Arena. I remember the first edition of that coming out. Soulbound. Additional don't. I believe this is just a character sheet that he made. Morkborg, we love Morkborg. Da 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 da. Morkborg so great. Da 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 da. Why the fuck are you doing a social adventure in 5e? Okay, let's get out of there. Let's try. Does drive-through RPG got anything for us? New year, new games. Let's look. New game, 30 new tiles since we last showed up. Let's game. Motobushi, that's one I've been on. I've been trying to find Motobushi for a while because it looks interesting. There's the Seaborg bundle. Seaborg. Cybergorg. Cybergorgon. Oregongard. See, I always feel bad, like I don't want to upload anything to drive through RPG because I'm like, oh man, I want to make sure everything looks like perfect. It has to be just good. If it's not good, like what's the point? Like I can't do it. It's gonna hurt me if I upload something bad. Then I see some of this shit. I'm like, yes. I understand. God damn. Bought a small press. Fabula Ultima. Super Mega Platinum Ultima Edition. You know, I didn't like Fabula much. Yeah. That's really it. There's not... do you prefer projects on itch or Kickstarter? Which is more cursed? The thing is this. Kickstarter consistently produces the it produces the extremes of both. It's like you will get some absolute, like, what the fuck on Kickstarter, but you will also get, like, consistently, like, oh, this seems actually kind of interesting. Like that 12, I'm like, okay, you know, not my cup of tea, but I understand why people would like it. Itch.io, you will get the muck. if that makes sense. It's muck. It's because of, this is mostly, now mind you, this is mostly due to the fact of how itch.io actually treats everything. To itch.io, every single thing is the same. It's just the same. You want to do a Morkborg adventure? That is the exact same as a custom rulebook. Oh, you're doing a fucking brand new, class for your favorite game? Exact same thing as a Blorgo the Goblin one-page RPG. Same fucking thing. And it's a lot of sorting through shit on itch.io. It's not even like, you can't even like filter it easily anymore. You can't filter anything easily on itch.io because everybody tags everything the exact same because you have to, because if you don't tag it right, it doesn't work. Nothing actually pops up because you have to deal with everything. It's just kind of the way that the cycle works, you could say. How the cookie crumbles, how the dance jigs, and other words like that sound vaguely important. So every time someone does a click on a low-fat RPG, it will mix thing up. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, that's really all I got. I'm not that interesting. Sorry, everybody. Oh, this is my Spectrum games. Oh, that's kind of neat. But yeah, we're going to call it there. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you had a fun time. Tomorrow, we're probably going to do nothing. If I'm feeling up to it, I might do some emo clore. Kind of depends on how I'm feeling. We might do emo clore. We might do something else, depending on, again, there's a lot of little factors going on with it. Mostly, tomorrow's good. Next week, we're going to be working on Gachi Muchi all week. We're going to blitz Gachi Muchi. I'm feeling really good about that game. It's just writing everything down and getting everything to be the right thing, if that makes sense. To make it just right, it's going to be a little bit complicated, but I'm feeling good. Outside of that, we're probably going to shift over to... It's going to be shorter videos next week. I do plan on doing... Zafir is getting added to the list. DotDungeon will probably get slapped in a rapid fire case. Rapid fire video. Brutal might not get put in anything, to be honest. Brutal's interesting to talk about, but not really that interesting at the same time. Enforcer might get a video. Enforcer might get put into rapid fire. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling. It's not usually what I do, so I feel a little bit awkward talking about it. Being like, yeah, do you like skirmish games? I'm like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to call it there. Thank you all for watching. Probably the next set of cases will either be this next week, which I do plan next Saturday. Will most likely be a Sword World case. I'm just gonna say fuck it, we're just gonna do Sword World. Because people have requested that I do fucking Sword World. I'm doing Sword World. It's time. So I'm gonna call it there. Godspeed, good luck.